Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your keynote speech. Now, next up, I would like to invite Professor Darwis and Professor Nyoman to come up on stage for the launch of the book, Bandung-Belgrade-Havana in Global History and Perspective, the Deployment of Bandung Constellation Towards a Global Future. And also Professor Dian. Dia.
Very quick, 5 minutes.
We can display it right away, or we can display it in the morning. So
we will just announce. We will just announce. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, students, this is just, in fact, supposed to be the launching of our book, collective book, outcome of the conference. I mean, we have already prepared before the conference, and there will be around 30 scholars participating in this book. The title is Bandung-Belgrade-Havana in Global History and Perspective, the Deployment of Bandung Constellation Towards a Global Future. And the 3 co-editors, Professor Isaac Bazier, come here. Yeah, this is the cover. So we are Professor Diah Aryani Arimbi from Universitas Airlangga, Professor Isaac Bazier from Quebec University, and myself from Le Havre University. We are preparing this book, and what else? Well, the editing, language editing is very hard, and it is by the team of Professor Isaac in Quebec. So it was done in several countries at the same time. And the printed book will be ready in this afternoon, and everybody will get at least one copy. Yes, yes. Okay.
We plan to print 100 copies.
Yeah.
So hopefully it should be enough for everybody.
Yeah.
And the good thing, because it's the book will be ready by this afternoon. So you're gonna be here until this afternoon, and then of course until tomorrow. Okay.
And many of colleagues here are inside the book. So, okay, thank you very much. Full cover. And it is published by Universitas Airlangga Press and with co-publishers from AFRASI, which is Institute of Afro-Asian and International Studies based in Ouagadougou. And then Greek Group of Research on Identities and Culture belong to University Le Havre, it's my university, and Research Laboratory of Innovative Africa based in Quebec, Montreal. So this is the beautiful cover with, you see the 3 Bandung-Belgrade-Havana, and below is the stem of Conference Afro-Asia 1955. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Red. Yeah, red and yellow. Okay, thank you very much. Now, book launching. How can launch?
Together we launch the book.
Yeah.
Congratulations for all, the editor and also the writer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I think I give to Professor Anna Maria and Professor Bruno for co-chairing the first plenary session today. And it is very related to the keynote speech by Professor Muhammad Nasih, from the rector of the University of Airlangga. I listened your speeches. It's very relevant. Thank you. So maybe. I think you should be there because there are three speakers. Yeah. Now you have this. Now you give to Maria. Yeah, Anna Maria. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, greetings to everybody. May I introduce you my co-chair, Bruno Dresky, who is a well-known researcher from France, but originated in Poland. He's a professor, doctor in history and political science, but first of all, the history of Eastern Europe, Eastern European studies. I am Anna Maria Artner from Hungary, dealing with geopolitical economics and being researcher at the Research Institute for World Economics and a teacher at Milton Friedman University. So we will have 7 presenters for our plenary session, which means that 3 will speak offline here in this room, and 4 others will be online. Therefore, I would like to ask our lovely speakers to speak about 7 to 8 minutes and mind the time limit in order to leave enough time for reactions and discussions. The order of the speakers will be as follows. First, Hasto Cristianto, then Pedro Paez, followed by István Tarrosi. And then the online speakers will be Ying Chen, Alberto Guani, Dongo Samba Silla, and Zeplerus Helga. And now, because I don't want to eat much time, I would like to, if you don't want to speak, and do you want?
No. It's earlier. It's better to have the participant.
Okay. Yes. So thank you very much. I was told that Mr. Hasto will have more time for delivering his speech. So therefore, I would like to invite him to come to the stage. He's a doctor in geopolitics and defense studies in Jakarta. So please, Mr. Cristianto Hasto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna Mariana. Good morning, everybody. Whom we respect, Professor Nyoman Tri Padma Ningsih, the Vice Rector of Airlangga University. Professor Darwis Kudori as the Chairman of the International Organization Committee of the Bandung-Belgrade-Havana International Conference. The honorable delegates, all distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the city of Surabaya. This is the city of heroes, the city of revolution, a city that manifests heroism and the spirit of freedom or death. The city which became the life historical witness of Indonesian people that sovereignty and independence are everything. During the Civil War on 10 November 1945, the people, paramilitary troops, and the Indonesian National Military all unite fought against the Allied troops and Nika, who had wanted to recolonize Indonesia. To commemorate the spirit of Heroes Day, we just celebrated yesterday. Let's then begin our discussion with vigorously shout the greetings of independence, Merdeka. Once again, Merdeka. Thank you. Applause to us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to deliver a discussion related to the future of Asia from a geopolitical and geoeconomic perspective. Let me elaborate this topic based on Sukarno's geopolitical thought. My dissertation entitled Discourse of Sukarno's Geopolitical Thought and its relevance to state defense has found a unique Indonesian geopolitical theory. This geopolitical theory is called progressive geopolitical coexistence. Sukarno's geopolitical thought was aimed to build a new world order which is free from colonialism and imperialism by integrating foreign diplomacy and national defense for world brotherhood. In this theory, the United Nations has a very important role in the international system. Sukarno's view of the new world order and his notion of non-expansionist geopolitics was very different from the West. Sukarno's geopolitics was based on humanity, internationalism, justice, and solidarity among the nations, and the principle of peaceful coexistence. This is very, very important. The basic values of Sukarno thought. This principle could eventually become an important foundation for Asia's future. So to give more understanding about Sukarno's thoughts regarding the uniqueness geopolitical based on the humanity, internationalism values, I would like to present this short video. The video to explain about Sukarno thought in international relationship. Based on this video, we constructed the theory of Sukarno geopolitics, and then based on the quantitative methods also to prove that all variable of instrument national.
As a great nation, Indonesia is not merely. As a great nation, Indonesia is not merely a geographical entity. Indonesia is one national unity.
Sorry, technical matters normally happen. Yes, okay, please.
As a great nation, Indonesia is not merely a geographical entity. Indonesia is one national unity, one strong state union. Indonesia is also a union of determination, one ideological union based on Pancasila as the lead star, a very dynamic guiding star.
We attached as preamble to our constitution the Pancasila, the 5 guiding principles of our national life.
Pancasila shapes Indonesia's special geopolitical view, honoring the independence and the sovereignty of a nation with the principles of peaceful coexistence. That geopolitical view shapes the entire concept of state defense. As Sukarno stated, the perfect national defense can only be attained when it is based on geopolitical knowledge. Sukarno pioneered the critical geopolitical view, one that does not recognize the annexation of the expansionist life space. Sukarno's geopolitical view prioritizes humanitarian values or internationalism, which are different from the classic geopolitical views as subjected by Rudolf Kjellin, Friedrich Ratzel, Alfred Thayer Mahan, Alfred John Mackinder, and Karl Haushofer. With such geopolitical knowledge, the concept of Indonesian state defense is actively ensuring that the principle independence is the right of all nations stays respected. The implementation of free and active foreign policy proves how foreign diplomacy and defense diplomacy are one inseparable measure. Cultural diplomacy, economic diplomacy, sports diplomacy, and Indonesia's active engagement in various global challenges further solidify the country's leadership. With a multi-track diplomacy, Indonesia is an active peace facilitator against the various conflicts happening around the world. With its pioneering achievements, the strength of the Indonesian armed forces post-Trikora and Dwikora operations comes as a respected defense force, even once named notably strong armed forces in the Southern Hemisphere. Through geopolitical view, Indonesia managed all geostrategic and geoeconomic aspects, optimizing its entire connectography on the crossroads of very important world trade routes such as Malacca Strait, Sunda Strait, Makassar Strait, and north trade through Bitung, Morotai, and the Pacific trade routes. The research and discourse of Sukarno's geopolitical ideas and its relevance to state defense was done with mixed multi-phased method through critical discourse analysis, phenomenology, and survey stages. This research focused on four things: theoretical construction and its influence in strengthening the national interest, the effect of Sukarno's geopolitical thinking on the world, the influence and impact during the Sukarno era, relevance and implementation of Indonesian defense policy post-Sukarno. The construction of Sukarno's geopolitical theory is a comprehensive mix that places demography, territorial, natural resources, politics, military, peaceful coexistence, science and technology as the instrument of the national power that is vital in enforcing national interest and to achieve a respected state defense power. Sukarno's geopolitical theory went under a confirmatory test using a structural equation model that resulted in a feasibility model with trust, or R square, for 78% state defense. Looking at Sukarno's consistency to fight for a new world order based on humanitarian values, equality and solidarity between nations, the principle of peaceful coexistence, and his progressive revolutionary perspective towards a world free from colonialism and imperialism, then the state-of-the-art of Sukarno's geopolitical thinking is called as progressive geopolitical coexistence. With Indonesia's unique geopolitics, this is the time for Indonesia to fight with confidence, prioritizing the principle of independence, move forward, continue to strengthen control over science and technology through research and innovation. Let us join hands in formulating foreign policy and national defense as an integrated strategic policy for Indonesian leadership to the world. Rise up, Indonesia! Salam bela negara.
Thank you. It's very hard to prepare this video, but I believe this is very comprehensive to explain about the Sukarno thoughts in geopolitics. So based on this equation model, the national interest of its nation is a balance of the variable of technology, diplomacy, peaceful coexistence, this is very important, national resources, strategic corridor, and demography. This is why learning from Russia-Ukraine war, the food and the energy are becoming the instrument of national power to disturb the global supply chains. This geopolitical reality also can be explained with connectography. So same with Professor Badri. Thank you for your so wonderful opening remarks. Applause to Prof. Badri, because we use the same reference of Parakana theory as mentioned in his book, Mapping the Future of Global Civilizations. Kana underlines the importance of global supply chains connectivity in geopolitical perspective. The map of connectivity becomes a key to increase the power of nation, and at the same time, in the context of global security, is also influencing to minimize the security dilemma. This theory also supported by Anita Sengupta, who explained the correlation between strategic interests, connectivity initiative space through mobility, governing connectivity, and the alternative corridor. This is what Pak Jokowi doing for development of the Indonesian infrastructure and explaining by Anita Sengupta theory. This is for connectivity of the Indonesian economic to be integrated with the global supply chains. According to both theories above, to what happened in Russia, at least there are three important lessons that can be learned from the geopolitical battle. First, global supply chain does not work in a global political vacuum. In my understanding, the problem of supply shock is nothing more than the problem of political shock. In fact, supply shock creates higher global inflation and volatile exchange rates. So including in Indonesia for more than 6 months, the inflations due to the global food crisis almost double digit, yeah, for 6 months. So impact impacting to Indonesian economic too. What we are facing now begins with Russia-Ukraine war and followed by sanction regime imposed by the US and its allies against Russia. All this action and reaction make it worse and contributing global economic crisis. This is concluded that the supply shock originates from political and security shock in Europe and the US vis-a-vis to Russia. Thus, without discussing this issue transparently between the main actors, the prospect for peace and global recovery is still a long way to go. Second, more we globalize, the more vulnerable we are. Please, on the presentation, the correlation between national interests and demography, including food self-sufficiency of its nation. This is very serious impact, and we see that Europe depends on Russian as their energy supplier, also for the food supplier. That is why it can be understood that Europe try their best to protect their national interests by giving sanction to Russia. Different with Europe, the ASEAN countries is more independent. Even not all of ASEAN countries agree with the sanction, which created more suffering for the poor people rather than for the elite. Third, a geopolitical risk and geoeconomic fragmentation seems close to happen in the years to come. Why? Due to military aggression is still seen as viable policy instrument of survivability of every nation state. On the other side, the increasing of defense budget and the dispute over national boundaries are a lot and seen as non-negotiable issues. This is mostly creating a conflict among the nation. The final one, the idea of geoeconomic fragmentation has increasingly gained popularity. In response to this geopolitical uncertainty, some strategic thinkers believe the importance of strategic autonomy, and some others are confident with the friend support system, which means that investment and trade would be better with friendly countries within certain regions. In short, what I'm trying to say is that global supply chains does not exist in political and economic vacuum. Distinguished colleagues, member of this forum, what happened to Russia-Ukraine war and its impact on the world economy emerged from the distortion of the global supply chains. This is where the importance of geopolitical approach based on progressive geopolitical coexistence theory. The foundation of the economic development of every nation, especially in Asia, which has become a geographical pivot, places the importance of political stability, economic development, equality, and the conception of peaceful coexistence. The world are facing the same enemy, mostly coming from injustice, poverty, ignorance, and the huge gap between rich and poor countries. That's why this is part of the Asian values actually. How political stability, economic development, equality, and conception of peaceful coexistence to be implemented and part of the basic of policy of mostly in the Asian countries. Through this forum, in my recent analysis, the foundation of political stability, economic, cultural development, and life in peaceful coexistence are the main character for Asia. Asia has different culture with Western Europe, the Middle East, and the United States, as well as Russia. In Asia, the tradition of deliberation democracy is natural, more alive, and becoming the problem-solving culture by promoting deliberation on negotiation and understanding. In Indonesia, Pancasila has proven to be basis of the state and the way of life. Pancasila is compatible with the international system as proven on the ASEAN-African Conference, whereas the decision has been taken without voting. So Pak Khodori, that's why on the 30th of September in 1960, on his speech to build the world anew, Sukarno promoted that Pancasila should be become of the basic of the foundation of the UN, because Pancasila could be implemented in international system. In Sukarno's perspective, geopolitics, geoeconomic, and geostrategy were used to formulate strategic policies in realizing our national interests in global geopolitical dynamic by aiming for the world brotherhood. That is why foreign diplomacy is important for political, economic, and cultural cooperation more than military cooperation. This is to be underlined. Yeah. That's why foreign diplomacy is important for political, economic, and cultural cooperation more than military cooperation, which is, in my research, got the lowest estimated significance in Sukarno geopolitical theory. On this basis, to maximize the momentum for the rest of Asia, the future of the world, which is now in Asia, I suggest as follows. First, ASEAN political stability and the principle of peaceful coexistence, also the determination to build a world brotherhood without war, must be promoted into an ASEAN culture that form the basis for the philosophy of the state governance. Second, in this effort, all foreign diplomacy, defense, trade, and cultural diplomacy are directed to further realize the work of human values, justice, welfare, and respect for the equality of every country in world institution, along with to build solidarity among nations. So the solidarity of all nations to have the same position in the UN. Third, viewing the existing challenges, the world pioneered by Asia must seek to address the food and energy solution. This is where Asia must unite and embrace the strengths of Africa and Latin America and peace-loving nation to overcome the food, energy, and world economic crisis. Fourth, the importance of prioritizing negotiation for reducing military spending, preventing weapons of mass destruction should be always campaigned. On the other side, strengthening the UN to encourage reform of the world security and economic system have to be put as the main agenda in reforming of the UN. Fifth, in terms of geopolitics, geostrategy, and geoeconomic, its country is unique. This uniqueness due to the different natural resources, the technological and economical capabilities, access to market, and capital resources, which can be the basis capital for mutual cooperation. Besides, the cooperation should be reinforced for promoting the ecological issues and reducing all the impact of global warming. Six, every nation are requested to promote the cooperation for the development of science and technology based on respect for the humanity, including the importance of transferring technology in order to strive the standard of mankind living. Seventh, the world's financial structures needs to be rethought. What was initiated by BRICS through the establishment of the new development bank is very interesting to overcome the various phases of new colonialization that have risen due to unfair capital domination together with data colonialism. So the imbalance of trade, of the accessing the data, of the technology to promote for minimizing the poverty becoming the important for the cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole idea above requires the presence of leader statesman who has a vision of building of new world and has the character to promote collaboration, cooperation between nations and the belief that human beings are inhabited in the same planet. On this basis, with the bright future of the world in Asia, this is a challenge so that Asia does not disrupt in the same way. Asia together with Africa and Latin America, in the spirit of the ASEAN-African Conference and Alignment Movement and Tri-Continental Conference must unite the change to world to put forward the face of humanity, equitable economic cooperation, and shared prosperity. In the end, the preservation of the earth, the safety of the universe must be fought together due to we are living on the same planet. So in my last presentation, I would like to highly appreciate to all the delegates because you have been involved in making a new history for the reborn, of the progressive non-alignment movement. This is, I think, one of the conclusion that we are making a new history for the reborn of the progressive non-alignment movement. Thank you and merdeka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hasto, for this very basic, important presentation. And normally the speakers are sitting in the podium, but since we, so it's okay, thank you very much that you're coming. Probably if you want them to see the slide shows which others present, we can sit back into the rows. Okay, thank you very much once again. And now I would like to ask Professor Dr. Pedro Paez to come and speak. He's economist and former coordinating Minister of Economy of Ecuador. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitations. I'm very grateful for the previous presentations that put the framework of a very telegraphic one. In 7 minutes, it's impossible to go into the details, especially of the rector. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much. We need to understand the rise of Asia as part of the internal contradictions of the economic forces of capital, the structural crisis of capitalist overproduction. The Anglo-American, especially the United States, success in productive terms had rendered the economy prisoner of its own productivist success. A flood of merchandise is too cheap for the rates of profit of monopoly capital. So the answer to this was the restructuration, the reallocation of industrial production, looking not only in terms of natural resources and demographic dynamics, but also in terms of the political circumstances. Latin America was not the adequate place because of capital labor struggles there. Trade unions in the United States, trade unions in Europe, with the waves of resistance, make it totally inadequate for the furthering of the mechanisms of surplus value extraction. That is why they needed to reallocate it in the context of a counterinsurgent project, global counterinsurgent project towards other latitudes. Asia was part of this. Paradoxically, what was the construction of the imperialist modernity, especially the constitution of the British Empire, the consolidation of and expansion of the British Empire, meant the subordination, the submission, and the humiliation of millenary cultures here and in other parts of the global South. Vibrant trajectories were totally submitted, obliterated, due not only to the military power, but also, and this is very important to understand what is going on now, through economic mechanisms, macroeconomic, financial, monetary mechanisms. The Opium War were part of the needs of the British Empire to recover balance of payment equilibria after the predominance of the Chinese exports towards the West. The destruction of the textile industrial powers in India was part of the situation. The change on the relative prices, the change of the relative prices of the raw materials from the rest of the East were a significant part of the imperial construction. So that division of labor now is changing precisely because of the industrial reallocation that was meant to counter the deterioration of the profitability in the West, especially in the Anglo-American sphere. Now, another vector of that countervailing tendencies were precisely financialization, but not the previous Hilferding's type of financial capital supporting monopolic productive capital like 1 century ago, but now is an independent speculative capital with self-referent dynamics that is totally a part of which are the needs of productive capital. Paradoxically, in the middle of an interrupted scientific revolution, So the reorganization of the international division of labor, the reallocation of industrial power here in Asia was directly related to the times or synchronized with the times of the permanent revolution and the quasi zero cost, zero marginal cost. The population in Asia is so big, but so far has been totally precluded from the market due to the polarization of income distribution. Now, one of the most significant menace to the Western power is not the increasing presence of the export from Asia, but the incorporation of the Asian population with the dynamics of Asian population into the market. $1 of increasing the consumption of the Indonesian population could replace the reduction of consumption from Europe. $1 of additional consumption of Chinese population could be enough to compensate any sanctions from NATO. And that is precisely what has changed completely the correlation of forces today. But be aware, because this type of triumphalism defeated precisely what happens at the end of the 70s. The spirit of Bandung were making a big impact in the United Nations, in the Catholic Church, in all the fora. At the level of the United Nations, people were discussing the new economic international order, OPEC, other type of organizations to increase the purchasing power of the South, were totally obliterated due to the debt trap. And now we are again going into a new debt trap without knowing, blind, sometimes with a lot of triumphalism. And look, very quickly, because they are going to pull my ears if I exceed my time. But it is a shame not to see the mechanic parallelism of what happens during the 70s and what is happening now. Very low international nominal interest rates then, low and even negative nominal interest rates today. Pushing for indebtedness in the private sector, in the public sector, including crisis, energy crisis, today energy crisis, food crisis, sanitary crisis. Then the hysteria of hyperinflation, the hysteria of stagflation, the crazy discussions in the academia saying there is no other alternative but to raise interest rates. Of course, this is going, if you acquire a loan of at 3%, and then it raises to 23%, as it happens with Volcker in '79, you ended with a huge crisis. You enter into a dynamics of acquiring debt just to pay the debt. And that is exactly what is happening today. This time is not only going to engage in this wave of bankruptcies, the global South, and then the countries from the East Socialist, East European state socialism. Today includes also the metropole. And that's part of the resistance. Look what happened with Japan. 40 years ago, the Anglo-American establishment and the culture was totally frightened because the Japanese were buying everything. They backstabbed Japan through the economists and the banks in Japan in order to provoke a 30-year depression. Even today, Japan is struggling, trying to surmount this situation. The possibilities of the macroeconomic and monetary and financial manipulation are still totally in the hands of the Anglo-American empire, of the Anglo-American financial and speculative networks. So we need, very quickly, first, we need to create a new regional and global financial architecture coordinated into another type of dynamics, not serving speculation, not serving more exploitation, not serving more internal and global polarization, but the common prosperity of humanity. The construction of peace is through development, and we need to build up the solid foundations, monetary, macroeconomic, and financial conditions for development. Even development, inclusive development, no a new hegemon, no a new empire. A multilateral global order in which peace is guaranteed by the satisfaction and the well-being of everybody. Summa causae, we say in Latin America. Summa causae in Quechua is to live in excellency. Another conditions of conviviality. For that, we need 3 pillars. First, a new type of banking for a new type of development, not business as usual. And not to put money in terms of the needs of life, not the needs of profitability of the big monopolies. Second, we need a new type of financial and stability support for an alternative to the IMF. We need to build up the reserves that cushion the hostility and the vulnerability that the degradation of the financial markets are provoking, especially against the peoples, the countries in the global south. We need to create other conditions for macroeconomic and balance of payment stability upon the basis of an alternative to the International Monetary Fund. Block regional arrangements based on local and regional currencies, block regional arrangements based upon resources and the perspectives of further integration, further trade, further South-South cooperation. And finally, we need to build up a new monetary system based upon not speculation as the global monopoly of the dollar is today, monopoly on transactionality, on liquidity, on credit. We need to build up a currency that could be the vehicle of cultural conviviality,
thank you,
of peace construction. And I'm ending with this. The possibility today of the emission of a special drawing rights, that this is a digital currency issued by the International Monetary Fund.
Professor Perez, would you please conclude?
They don't like it just because of this, because they cannot blackmail the countries, could alleviate, would relieve our countries the immediate restrictions of the food crisis that has been amplified by the speculative sectors. And we need to build up these conditions today to avoid a new debt trap. This G20 meeting hosted by Indonesia could recover the Bandung spirit precisely with a very assertive measure, avoiding the possibility of this debt trap through this food crisis that the speculative system is preparing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perez. I always enjoyed your speeches. However, we have other speakers as well, and therefore I would like to ask Mr. István Tajosi to come. He is Professor, Doctor of Political Sciences and African Studies in University of Pécs in Hungary. Dear István, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. A wholehearted greetings to all of you from Hungary, the University of Pécs. I'm so grateful to be here with you today. And first and foremost, I would like to thank you, my good brother, Darwish Kudori, for the invitation. Such a fantastic event. The rise of Asia, in my view, is totally intertwined with the rise of the global South. And we can witness a lot of challenges, political, economic changes, and all the speeches so far have elaborated upon many of these. So I wish to build a bit further on those. And across these changes, across the macro regions of the world, we can see a kind of a new phase of Afro-Asian engagements that will be, from a political economic perspective, also crucial for our understanding of the world. I will grab a couple of these issues very briefly, because I think I have only 3 minutes or so remaining anyway. All around us, we can see insecurities. We live in the age of uncertainty. With a lot of inequalities, a lot of asymmetries in the global landscape. And yes, I agree with many of the speakers so far that there is an even more and greater need for cooperation, collaborative efforts and actions, but certainly more solidarity. And we have not yet underscored the importance of solidarity, to that extent, more solidarity so that we understand better each other under especially the pressures we have been witnessing lately, the COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing armed conflicts just in the very immediate neighborhood of ours in Ukraine. But rather what we see is basically a kind of a new Cold War in the international system along the lines of, for instance, vaccinations connected to the pandemic, a new East-West dichotomy, because of course we need to distinguish between the Eastern vaccinations and the Western vaccinations. And when looking into that issue, then you come up with technology, access, production, trade, and all others resembling colonial practice in the international system. And that was, I think, highlighted by all of you so far. So basically, what we see is that these all reveal existing dependencies. And these existing dependencies would make it very difficult to come closer together and really to collaborate more and look beyond the national interest, of that kind. Asian engagements with Africa, for instance, reveal another face of globalization or global collaboration, I think. And another behavior has been tangible in the Afro-Asian realm. A lot of interesting examples. And of course, I don't have time to elaborate on all of them, just to mention a couple. When, for instance, you look into the foreign policies of a lot of Asian countries towards Africa, you can read in the documents that they encourage to look west. Now, to look west from an Asian perspective is basically Africa in a number of cases. Check out, for instance, the Pakistani foreign policy or Thailand's aspirations towards re-engaging with Africa. They look west towards Africa. Most probably that's the way. And of course, we know that the new Asia-Africa Strategic Partnership, NASP, which was basically the renewal from 2005 of this very long-standing solidarity, can give the strategic framework to look west and east, the other way around, How to basically create a better world order, we may ask. And Rodnick and Waltz, in their freshest article in Foreign Affairs, write about this, mentioning a limiting great power rivalry, or to limit great power rivalry, which should be considered as a crucial element to this. And I say any better order can be imagined only if it is with a human face. And Asian actors might, and I think that Afro-Asian dynamics and engagements can contribute to this, as opposed to the Western behavior or the global Northern behavior, if you wish. Just to conclude these couple of thoughts. At the 60th anniversary conference in April 2015, Indonesian President Joko Widodo boldly declared at the close of the event, and I quote, "This is the revival voice of Asian African nations that cannot be replaced by anyone." And let me add a personal note after having visited Bandung. In a very famous place, I had the chance to enjoy, the ambiance together with my good colleague from Page. And actually in Braga Permai historic restaurant, I read the following on the table. "We are going to take you back in time," and I quote, "to the glorious days of Indonesia's colonial past." And I'm stopping here, okay? So, come on, there is no glory in oppression, sorry to say. And if I take that and I put that back to what Indonesian President Joko Widodo underscored, I think with all the contrasts and contradictions that characterize this context, a new restructured world order is called upon from a political economic perspective, as well as we heard, with decisive voices and participation freely from the Afro-Asian context, probably revisiting Sukarno's original geopolitical thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Istvan, for this excellent speech, particularly for taking into consideration the time. It was perfect, 8 minutes. Thank you. And now we are turning online. I don't know if our technicians are ready. I would like to ask Assistant Professor Ying Chen from China, the Doctor Economics Director of Undergraduate Studies and Departmental Faculty Advisor at the New School for Social Research, New York at present. Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Right? Can you all hear me all right? Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the conference organizers and to the chairs, the co-chairs of the panel, to my fellow panelists, as well as the audience who I cannot really see from the screen, but thank you anyway for joining this panel. I teach economics at the New School for Social Research. For some of you might know, this is one of the handful of economics programs in the United States, maybe even in the world, that are explicitly critical of the neoclassical doctrine and are very much open to critical political economic thought. So just a little bit personal note as well. Over the past few years, I see more and more students interested in learning about an alternative world and questioning and critiquing not just neoliberalism, but also capitalism per se, and which I see as corresponding to the demand from more and more oppressed people in the world to not just a variation of capitalism that is more regulated and interventionist, but a system that negates the very foundations of capitalism that led to so many crises that we are facing today. I think one of the professors in the panel just mentioned about the economic crisis, but I also would like to highlight the climate change crisis, the public health crisis, to name just a few. So at this particular juncture, I feel extremely honored to participate in such a timely conference and to discuss with other panelists here some of the most pressing questions facing human beings today. So since the time is very limited, I will speak very briefly, but I will mostly be focusing on the topic of development and underdevelopment, which is the field that I teach and do research most. First of all, a little history of development and underdevelopment. The point that I want to highlight is that if left unintervened, the natural tendency of capitalism, especially intensified by history of colonialism and ongoing neocolonialism, is basically to generate uneven development between the global south and global north. However, during the 20th century, with revolutionary struggles from the global south and the establishment of the socialist camp, including the Soviet Union, China, and many other countries in the third world, an alternative model for development has become tangible and has shown tremendous success in terms of economic growth, not only measured by GDP, the narrow measurement of economic growth, but also human development indicators as well. Of course, this is not to say everything works out perfectly at all times, but we do have strong, solid empirical evidence to show that fast economic growth and improvement in life expectancy and increasing literacy rates were observed in the countries that chose alternative development models. And this basically changed everything, because with this kind of a counter-hegemonic power in force, many countries in between the ideological camps have found themselves now with broadened policy space to conduct progressive policy, such as land reform, or other welfare policies like land reform as adopted by, say, Taiwan, South Korea, or welfare policy as adopted by many Nordic countries. And therefore, countries in between also experience growth, some more modest, but others quite tremendous as well. And then came the collapse of the Soviet Union and the broader neoliberal turns in many countries within the socialist camp. And I would argue probably including China a little bit. Not everyone might agree here, but we could definitely discuss later. So in a sense, we are starting to see a convergence of development models around the world, which is really the background for the rise of the Asia that we are talking about today. And I'll have a few highlights that I want to make in terms of this rise of Asia. First is that the economic miracles of the four East Asian tigers that we often talk about today and cite as successful development examples are largely the product of the Cold War, particularly Taiwan and South Korea, when, as I said, the policy space for all countries were much broadened as a result of two powers sitting at each end of the political spectrum than what we have today. So in that sense, some policies were tolerated, policies such as land reform that were implemented in Taiwan and Korea, but those policies are no longer applicable or allowed by the Western hegemonic powers today. We have examples of Zimbabwe trying to launch land reform in the early 2000s and only receive sanctions. And I think this policy space is very important. The second point I want to highlight is that the mainstream narratives talked about China's economic miracle, but only focusing on the period after the economic reform and attributing it completely to market economy, completely to the more kind of market transition, and I would argue capitalist transition, but completely ignore the fact that the post-reform miracle is also heavily reliant on the accumulation achieved during the socialist period, not only in terms of building a rather comprehensive industrial system, but also in terms of building human capital. Many economic historians these days are arguing that one of the key competitive advantage of China's labor force was actually this disciplined, educated, and healthy workforce that was established during the socialist time, which later made China's labor extremely competitive when integrated into the world market. Or we can also argue, speaking it in a different terms, that those laborers were later subjected to severe exploitation of both foreign and domestic capital. So this means that the experience of these successful East Asian miracle countries are not easily replicable today when there is a convergence of development path, so that the policy space for all the countries now are becoming much thinner than before. Even some kind of industrial policies that do not challenge the logic of capitalism at all could today invoke retaliation and sanction. So in that sense, I would argue that instead of calling for the third world to imitate any particular policy or set of policies implemented in these countries with development success, what really should be worked towards is to recreate a global environment that tolerates broader policy space for all countries. And therefore, it is not trivial to clarify here.
Yeah, I ask you to conclude, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll try to do it soon. Yeah, so it is not trivial to clarify that the fear of the West towards the rise of Asia, I mean, especially that we're seeing from the media that vilify, say, countries like China, is a symptom of capitalist competition. And we should be very aware of its negative consequences to both labor and to ecology, because capital competes by lowering costs. And therefore, by logic, what will occur is capital moving to regions with loose labor and environmental regulations, so capital can exploit labor and expropriates natural resources more intensively. And therefore, we should expect to see, if we allow capitalism to develop unchecked, then inequality and unequal development will persist and intensify. And not to mention the economic crisis tendency that Professor Pedro Paez just highlighted. So in that sense, I would say, in conclusion, right, the way forward is to actually to not conform to the kind of Western liberalism or neoliberalism, which is just a variation of it, but to deviate from it as much as possible. I mean, here I want to mention Samia Amin's famous quote, which is that we need to delink from the global capitalist order. You cannot really build solidarity in a system that feeds on cutthroat competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very important presentation about the new type of development policy. And now I would like to ask Alberto Guani, graduate of law, master's degree in international relations. He's a diplomat, ambassador of Uruguay to India, New Delhi. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to participate in this conference. I want to say thank you to Beatriz Vicio for inviting me. Beatriz Vicio is from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and she's also a big participant in this through Cuadernos del Tercer Mundo, or Third World Cuadernos. The rise of Asia is a very important issue to my country, Uruguay. It's something that we have been taking care of since practically 1985, when we returned to democracy. We have been looking towards this area as a perspective, and of course, what it is nowadays, it's one of the dominating areas in the world, which still has its problems, but that is focused on development and a new way of seeing the world, which has already standed up since the non-aligned movement, and that has been carrying on ever since, also with Sukarno's vision and of how the development of a new, better world should be. We have relations with India, Uruguay, and India since 75 years. Next year, we're going to celebrate the 75 years. And we have established an embassy in 1988. So we are wishing that India opens also an embassy soon in Uruguay. And as you see, we have this approachment and vision towards multilateralism in the way that it's synchronized with the developing and underdeveloped countries. We see that this is also a region in which the concept of Indo-Pacific is an emerging geopolitical space that has raised differences and rifts among the international community. A geostrategically located region with a multiplicity of resources and center of global commercial transit. The concept of Indo-Pacific is already a generator of controversies. While China seeks to take its validity, focusing on Asia-Pacific, the members of the Quad try to give it strength and validity. Meanwhile, Asia shows its ambivalence in this regard by the different visions and affinities in its members at the individual level. In parallel, India begins to show a less balanced position in terms of its classic non-alignment between the United States and China, where the concept of Indo-Pacific begins to play a decisive role, not only in the link with Asian members, but also with the United States, Oceania, and Africa. Asia navigates between the regional vision of Asia-Pacific and that of the Indo-Pacific, a situation that is evident in the Asian outlook in the Indo-Pacific, a document in which it does not fail to mention Asia-Pacific. The document contains the traditional principles of ASEAN and integrates the Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean regions. The bloc tries to maintain a neutral position on the matter, especially because of the influence of China and the United States, the standards, barriers of each of the visions on Asia, and thus would benefit from the relationship with both powers, important commercial and strategic partners. As happened since the origins of ASEAN, a bloc has successfully managed to face the onslaught that occurred in its own territory in the framework of the Cold War. The current tensions between the powers puts this region again in a key position in terms of stability of the area. The challenges will be growing, given that not only will the known differences between the United States and China, which by the way have acquired unexpected ages in recent years, be managed, but also the inevitable emergence of India, which seeks to progressively occupy the role that gives it the size and its potential. Other actors, both within Asia and Indonesia, as well as external ones, such as Japan and Australia, in addition to Russia, ever-present presence in the region, make up a delicate balance that will require maximum diplomatic and negotiating efforts to once again act as an articulator of tensions between the Asia-Pacific and Indo-Pacific world. The role of tension tightrope walker in one of the most tense regions of the planet seems clear, but it will not be without difficulties that may likely generate growing internal disputes in the coming years. Faced with such a complex scenario, positioning oneself clearly in the face of some of the ongoing conflicts, prioritizing the interests of one or another world power involved, mainly the United States and China, but progressively India, could pose a major risk not only for regional stability, but also for Asia's own and until today undisputed relevance. In that sense, it is expected and even convenient that this bloc will continue to navigate in an unclear way between the concepts of Asia-Pacific and Indo-Pacific. Besides these challenges, we see that India is going to take in the future months a very important role in what has to do with multilateral decisions. Only next month, it's going to preside the Security Council of the United Nations. Next week's meeting in Bali will be the transfer of the presidency of the G20. And there is also the presidency of the International Shanghai Organization. By all these means, we see that it is important that India takes its place as a world leader with its own voice and its own positioning in international matters. We are very much welcoming the emergence of India and as a world power, and surely its economy is going to compete with others, and it's going to be an important partner for us and for the region. We in Latin America, especially in Uruguay, we see that there is a need of how other speakers have said to reevaluate in a certain way the multilateral governance, and we need to scope into a world that has changed, that has suffering multiple challenges, that we still have a great amount of poverty and lack of development in many areas of the world. And in Asia is where there is the highest population, where many of these things are seen, also with contamination, pollution, and things that need to be resolved. And we show ourselves as a country that, like Uruguay, we have maintained our prosperity with stability and with progressively living business be done by itself. We have done a great improvement also in the application of renewable energy, and that way we're going to be carbon free by 2030. And Uruguay stands a lot with all these developments that are being undergoing in the region. Well, I don't want to take you much more time. I thank you for allowing me to intervene, and I'm very much happy to be part of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And thank you also for the time limit. And now I have some problem with this computer, but I will solve, I hope. So okay. And now shall we continue with the next presenter, who will be Ndongo Samba Sylla from Senegal, who is doctor, economist, and also sociologist, program and research manager at Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, and he was a technical advisor at the presidency of the Republic of Senegal. So, Mr. Ndongo Samba Sylla, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to have been invited to attend this wonderful conference, and especially this very exciting panel. I would like to thank especially Darwis Hudori, who sent me this invitation. I am based in Dakar. It's 4 a.m. in the morning, but it's really a pleasure to be among you. I prepared a short text which will last less than 8 minutes, and I've called it, do we need a new Bretton Woods to fix the world economy and the climate? Indeed, to address the challenges facing humanity today, including the climate crisis, many voices have called for new Bretton Woods, from former Greek finance minister and economist Yanis Varoufakis to the International Monetary Fund managing director Kristalina Georgieva, from Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum to climate justice proponents. In the same vein, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has echoed demands to greening Bretton Woods institutions. The mobilization of this historical reference should come as no surprise. Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, was the site of the 1944 United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference, which laid the groundwork for the new economic and monetary order that emerged in the aftermath of World War II. This historic moment marks the new status of the United States as the world leader, with the birth of global institutions based in Washington, such as the IMF and the World Bank. Above all, it recalls an economic and monetary regime that coincided with the golden age of capitalism. Bretton Woods symbolizes both a moment of collective deliberation to put a devastated world on a better footing and the resulting consensus around a set of economic policies like the fixed exchange rate system, capital control, strategic industrial and trade policies, etc., that gave the impression that capitalism could be regulated to the benefit of the majority. Thus, for a number of Northern economists, the picture of the world before and after Bretton Woods is one of financial instability, economic inequality, the rise of the far right, and ultimately the failure of collective leadership at the international level. While there is no major disagreement about the need for a new global economic and monetary order, the nostalgic evocation of Bretton Woods betrays, however, a US-centric imagination. The Bretton Woods Conference was essentially a framework for defining and negotiating the contours of a new world order under US hegemony. Historian Adam Tooze is right to remind us that Bretton Woods was not, quote, a post-war conference, but a wartime gathering of the allies, end of quote. As a global constitutional moment, Bretton Woods was hardly a model of deliberative democracy among sovereign nations, nor was it a forum accessible to the majority of the countries of the global South in Africa and Asia, most of which were still under colonial rule. Because of this procedural flow, Bretton Woods did not reflect the concerns of what Frantz Fanon would later call on the rest of the earth. Since then, the countries of the North have not been conspicuous by their concern to invite the countries of the South to the table to find solutions to global problems in a democratic and non-asymmetrical framework. The Bretton Woods Conference gave birth to global institutions like the IMF and the World Bank that reflected and still reflects US and Western hegemony. The legitimacy of these global institutions is more and more contested for at least two reasons. First, their functioning is undemocratic to the extent that global South countries tend to be marginalized in terms of both voting shares and access to leadership positions. Second, the IMF and the World Bank have become the guardians of global neoliberalism in place of the institutions that were supposed to promote economic reconstruction and financial stability at the global level. Crucially, the nostalgic celebration of the Bretton Woods macro-financial regimes hides the fact that it was not designed with a view to favoring the development of peripheral countries, or at least to taking into account their economic specificities and needs. The Bretton Woods regime was built on an inconsistency, as some economists like Jan Kregel explained. On the one hand, the system of fixed exchange rates was premised on countries achieving external balance with an eventual recourse to currency devaluation by deficit countries. On the other hand, the international development agenda articulated by the UN institutions was based on the idea that development in the periphery was constrained by a lack of foreign finance. This view supposed the existence of lasting external imbalances in the form of net financial resource flowing from the core countries to the peripheral ones. This meant that peripheral countries would incur current account deficits, while core countries would run current account surpluses. The contradiction thus lied in the fact that the international monetary system was built on a premise of financial stability and external balance that ran counter to the international development community agenda of achieving net resource transfers from core countries to the peripheral countries, which required persisting global imbalances to the benefit of the latter. Using Bretton Woods as a concept to think of a new global macro-financial regime that helps tackle our current predicament can certainly make sense from a global North or US perspective. That is, however, not the case from the perspective of the majority of countries and world population located in the global South. For the latter, Bandung is the most obvious reference and starting point when it comes to imagining a better world. Indeed, the Afro-Asian Conference of Bandung gave voice to the nations that the mainly Euro-American Conference of Bretton Woods had excluded. Bandung was a high point in the revolt of the Third World against the world system. The representatives of the 29 countries gathered in Indonesia discussed the, quote, problems of dependent people and colonialism and the evils arising from the subjection of peoples to alien subjugation and exploitation, end of quote. They condemned racial segregation, discrimination, and colonialism and called for an end to them. While vowing to work for world peace and cooperation, they encouraged economic and cultural cooperation among countries of the South. Later, the spirit of Bandung was carried on through the non-aligned movements, which was concerned with finding an autonomous way out of the East-West conflict, the Havana Conference, and the movement for a new international economic order in the mid-1970s. The Coyoacoc Declaration in Mexico in 1974 was also an iteration of the spirit of Bandung. Instead of the US-centric reference to a new Bretton Woods, it would be probably more appropriate to think of what Daniela Gabor and myself call a green Bandung Woods. For us, a green Bandung Woods evokes a framework for reform of the global economic and monetary order that includes both the North and the South on a democratic basis and not on the plutocratic principle of $1, one vote. And that works to reduce economic inequalities between countries and between peoples in our context of environmental emergency. In such a framework, the promotion of peace and an end to the arms race would become a priority, if only because of the large ecological footprint of the military-industrial complex. Similarly, net transfers of resources from rich countries to peripheral ones could be implemented in order to put an end to unequal ecological exchange and to allow the latter to get out the vicious circle of foreign debt, to facilitate their technological leapfrogging, and to initiate an economic development respectful of environmental constraints. In order to overcome the challenge humanity is facing, the Bandung movement will have to be reiterated in creative ways in solidarity with people everywhere on our warming planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, particularly for holding the time limit. And now, last but not least, before the conversation period, I would like to invite Zapp Helga from Germany, who is a lecturer, researcher in political sciences, and also an activist and founder and president of Schiller Institute in Wiesbaden. So, dear Helga, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I greet all of you, all participants of this very, very important conference, and especially my thanks to Professor Kudori for organizing this. I think that many people in the world realize that we are probably faced with the worst crisis in history ever. I think it's legitimate to say that because the danger of a thermonuclear war is extremely close. And if it ever would come to that, and it could easily arise out of the Ukraine situation, which is really a war between NATO and Russia and implicitly against China, it would lead to the annihilation of the human species, because it has been argued by many experts that there is no such thing as a limited nuclear war. If one nuclear weapon is used, it probably will lead to the exchange of the entire nuclear arsenal and thus lead to a nuclear winter in which nobody would survive. I think that is the thing we have to really overcome. This is driven by the fact that the neoliberal financial system is in its final collapse phase, which is reflected in a hyperinflationary explosion of prices, food, energy. This is in large part the result of the sanctions against Russia and other countries, but more fundamentally the result of the quantitative easing, pumping money, trillions of trillions after the systemic crisis of 2008. And this is really the motor behind the war danger. So this has resulted in a situation where 1.7 billion people are threatened with starvation, in incredible world famine. You have a world health crisis. And, this is why I think the spirit of Bandung is so very important. I think it is absolutely important to remember that President Sukarno at the Bandung conference said colonialism is not dead. And so it's not dead today. The Western democracies pretend that the real conflict is between the democracies and the autocracies. But I think it is much more a fight between those forces in the world who want to keep the colonial order and those countries, especially of the global south, who want to fight now for good for their right for economic development. So the rise of the non-aligned movement at this point is probably the most important force on the planet to overcome geopolitics. And I think to stop geopolitics is the way how we will avoid World War III. We have to learn to think about the one humanity first, not in terms of blocks, not in terms of zero-sum games, but we have to think about the one humanity and a new paradigm of thinking. Now, there is an effort to have a global NATO. That would be for sure the road to World War III. And I think we have called, that's the Schiller Institute, for a new global security and development architecture, which must take into account the interest of every single country on the planet. The closest approximation to that comes from President Xi Jinping, who has called for a global security architecture initiative and a global development initiative. And, this is has to be put on the agenda for sure. The best would be if a group of non-aligned nations would, basically go together to the G20 meeting, which will start next week in Indonesia, and if they would put on the table the need to have an immediate reorganization of the world financial system, which is bankrupt. And I think the non-aligned movement has the authority to do that, because between the member countries who have 4.5 billion people and the observer countries who have 2 billion people, that makes 6,571 billion people of 8 billion. So that's clearly the majority of the world. Also, President Sukarno at the time had said, if it comes to a new world war, the oceans will not protect the countries of the South. And, Nehru at the same conference said that if it comes to a block building, it will come to a new war for sure. So therefore, the non-aligned movement has to really get together, rethink their role in terms of history, and put on the table a new credit system. And the previous speaker attacked the Bretton Woods system for good reasons, because this was made by Churchill and not by Franklin D. Roosevelt. The idea is we need a new credit system which puts the overcoming of the underdevelopment of the developing countries as the first priority. There are clear precedents how you can build a new monetary credit system. You have to start with ending the casino economy, global Glass-Steagall separation of the banks, which for the developing countries means basically capital controls, to prevent speculation, then have a national bank in every single country, and then have a credit system which gives low interest, long-term credit for the development of the developing countries. Now, that has to build up basic infrastructure, industrialization, double food production, World Health System. I think the pandemic has shown that unless you have a modern health system in every single country, you cannot stop the pandemic, and there will be new ones. So if the G20 meeting next week fails to put this on the table, and there will be probably opposition against such an idea coming from the West, then the non-aligned movement must find a soon to be created opportunity to put this on the agenda, call for a new emergency UN General Assembly, but take action, because I think the non-aligned movement is the most important force, and you have to raise your voice, because we have right now an incredible danger to all civilization, and that must inspire the leaders of the non-aligned movement to take a much more active role, because I think you are the only force which can prevent world catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising this basic question of the danger of the nuclear war, and really this is the first which we should prevent. No, I take the floor to my co-chair. Okay.
Yes. Yes, if other speaker can come. Yes, I think that the discussion was pointed very important key things that we have to talk about. And I think that the non-aligned movement, as it was said, could be the base to the reorganization and the very quick reorganization we need in the world. So as we have not much time, and I think that there are a lot of things we have to discuss and think about, I will ask people if they have, first of all, the presenter, if they have something to tell of what was already told, the online one and the offline one. And then we will give the the opportunity to people in the lounge to get questions. So the first one, Pedro. Yeah,
in 2 minutes,
just
please.
asking not to be too long because I know you have a very rich thinking, but
everybody
we
has
have
2
to
minutes, Pedro.
discuss about it. Okay.
Thank you.
This one.
No, just about what our friend from the New School of Social Sciences and Mrs. Helma LaRouche said. These two issues are the immediate agenda of the Anglo-American oligarchy. How to reduce policy space for our countries and how to provoke wars, all type of conflicts. You know, the crisis of overproduction in the realm of the industrial military complex is very easily solved because you can evacuate the inventories with wars, every type of wars. And this is very easy. You know, when you increase the interest rates very quickly, increase interest rates, stress on the balance of payments, you require divisas, not any divisas, not yuans, not Indonesian rupiah, but dollars. In order to obtain those dollars in a restricted international market, you need to devaluate. It's a commercial war, is a divisas war, is a financial war, is a currency war, and then is a technological war. So you need to compensate the lack of divisas surplus in your balance of payment with a picking order with the rest of your partners. Your commercial partners, your regional partners. So all the dreams and good wishes of integration and peace and development go obliterated. That is what happened in the debt trap of the 80s. As that is the way in which the neoliberal agenda was, we won at that time, even with the opposition of everybody. So these dangers are immediate, and we need to create real efficient support for our balance of payments in this conjuncture while we create the policy space to discuss further solutions.
Yes, maybe I would like to have the opinion of other panelists. Maybe they have some reaction of what was said, what was told.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think concerning with the current war in Russia and Ukraine, and also how the world is facing the common enemy, and you know, for the geopolitical competitions among the nation, especially coming from the hegemonic countries. From my perspective, I agree that we have to be reorganized again for the most progressive power in the world, including for the non-alignment movement countries, because this is very important. And concerning with my presentation, when Sukarno idea to reform the UN, because the UN cannot guarantee how the world could be avoiding from the war, because inequality in all the member of the UN. So first we have talking for the international system first, how to reorganize for the international system to protect the world from the war. And then the second one, I agree with your idea that the world's financial system to be restructured. Like Indonesia, we already put on the debt trap, and very, very difficult how to solve the debt trap of Indonesia, not just because under mismanagement in the past, but also any financial trapping to the Indonesian government coming from the developed countries to us. You know, when Indonesia suffered because the financial crisis, and then the Suharto government at that time opened for the supporting from IMF, from the World Bank, but in practice, for their policy making the Indonesian becoming worse. Yeah, and the financial we depended to them, and then for the import we depended to them. So all the idea coming to this forum, how we restructuring again for the global financial system to be more balanced and promoting the justice, the poverty is very, very important. And I agree with your idea. So this is my response.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe, yes, please.
Thank you so much. We have heard from a lot of the speakers. For instance, Helga Zaplarush mentioned that the neoliberal order is in its final phase of collapse. We also heard from Alberto Guani to reevaluate multilateral governance. And all of us actually have addressed this issue. So the question is whether we need an alternative, one alternative, and probably not one, not another hegemon, as we say, right? Let that be China or others. Probably that's not the solution, but a real multipolar setting, which is in the making most probably. And multipolarity in the international system is with a human face. That's probably the way forward. Very much interconnected, highly interdependent, but with more centers of gravity in that sense. With a re-evaluated multilateral governance, as we said, in which, yes, most probably the non-aligned can and should play a larger role. I agree with that. Thank you.
Please. And maybe now a reaction from people from a presenter of the online, if we can.
Yes. Question is if our online presenters do have reactions, because you would like to give the floor to them.
Can I speak?
Yes, surely.
Yeah, I think that the situation is extremely urgent. And I think emergency action is what is required. I think that the new international security and development architecture, which must be put on the table, must take into account the interest of every single country. The historic lesson for that, or one historic lesson for that, is the Peace of Westphalia, which ended 150 years of religious war in Europe. And the reason why the different parties came to the negotiation table was because they realized that if they would not find a solution, there would be nobody left to enjoy the victory because all people would be dead. And I think that, recognition that we are at that point, if it comes to a nuclear war, we all will be dead and there will not even be historians left to discuss why. That puts an urgency on the agenda in combination with the collapse of the financial system, that I really think that there must be a discussion of how to create a mechanism very quickly, either the G20, if the G20 is failing to address that, then I think the leaders of the non-aligned movement should come together in a group, several groups, and call for a UN General Assembly emergency summit, because we are looking at the potential end of civilization. And I think that recognition allows every country on the planet to take a leadership role, because the fact that the entire human species is threatened makes every citizen on the planet in reality a world citizen, and therefore having the right to address these issues. So what we really need is a movement of world citizens of all countries unite, and also non-aligned countries of the world unite. And I'd be perfectly happy to continue to discuss with the conference participants, because the Schiller Institute has worked out very practical proposals. For example, the new Silk Road must become the world land bridge, which is a comprehensive plan to have a industrialization of all continents, starting with basic infrastructure. I would like to share this with you. So if people have questions after this conference is over, I would really like to contribute a lot to this effort. Because one last thing, you know, I mean, I know that the non-aligned movement is reviving itself. It has a renaissance. My concern is that if we don't find a way to engage European nations and even the United States in a solution, I don't think that the West will dissolve as peacefully as the Soviet Union did. Therefore, we have to find a solution which is there for everybody. Every country on the planet has to be part on this solution. And I think that that is the biggest challenge in front of all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First, we should see if others.
We'll finish with online people, and then, yes, of course, you will have the floor.
Ying-Chen, do you want to tell something?
Yes, thank you. I mean, not so much of a question, because I think I agree with a lot of what the fellow panelists are arguing. Just want to mention that, I mean, recently I've been reading a book written by journalist Vijay Prashad, and then his book on the Washington Bullet, where he basically traced the history of United States, and particularly CIA's involvement in basically destroying the world's significant progressive movement, progressive struggles, and in which he made this argument that IMF is basically a financial version of the CIA, and how it gets, you know, involved in terms of killing democracy, killing an alternative system. And in that sense, sanctions, financial traps are basically just part of the standard package. I think that partly is corresponding to what Professor Pedro Paez was just talking about, and also relating what I was trying to highlight about the policy space here. And I also want to say that I think a lot of the alternative proposals have already been made in history. It is really the actual historical context, what can be tolerated, right, at this particular historical context, largely depend on the balance between different classes. I study economics, and it's very familiar to us that a lot of the economics ideas have been there in history for a very, very long time, but sometimes it would maybe take 100 years for some type of economic idea to become dominant, to become acceptable to policymakers. So I think in that sense, this kind of material condition, the actual historical reality really matters here. And I probably want to just hear panelists talking a little bit about, because I hear people talking about multipolar system, talking about a new paradigm with human face. And I guess it would be interesting to talk a little bit about the specifics of it, right? Because I try to, in my presentation, I try to argue that if we are talking about multipolar system, but still under the capitalist logic, then what we are arguing for is basically competition among these powers, and economic competition among these powers, which would necessarily lead to competing over costs. And therefore, in order to lower costs, what we're going to see is capital just moving to places with loose labor laws and loose environmental regulations, which you already see the consequence of it, right? Heavy labor exploitation and ecological destruction. So if we are not defying from that kind of logic, even if we have a lot of power players in the game, there's still going to be victims, usually the people who are the marginalized group in the society.
Thank you very much, Jan. If I may add only one sentence in line with your remarks, I think the danger of the nuclear war will not disappear until imperialism prevails. And now, Alberto Guani, do you want to add something, Mr. Ambassador?
No, I fully subscribe practically what has been said. we recognize that, of course, there is a need to reevaluate the multilateral institutions, and that is a thing that I always say that Uruguay is one of the countries that signed the San Francisco Charter and the creation of the United Nations, as we were also members of the League of Nations. And we think that there is a need of a world order that really looks towards the problems that we are facing nowadays, that we have a structure that really does not reflect what is the empowering countries, the ones that really have a say also in today's world, and that they need a better voice. And we have been discussing for quite a long time the remake of the Security Council, and that is something that is not working. We've been talking about this for such a long time, but we need to react and finally create the institutionalization that we lack right now. And I think that it's an urgent matter to take in account from all the sides, from the academic world and from the world organizations. We have been seeing that nowadays there's a meeting over climate change, and practically the biggest contaminating countries are not present, and it's a pity that we address even world issues that have to do with all of us without the participation of the ones that are to blame because of the disasters that we are living. So I just wanted to stress that the fact that we need to reinstitutionalize our world order and place the actors in the place they have to be. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe Mr. Sambasila will have something to add to what was already said.
Well, maybe to say that I share the point of view made by Professor Pez, that there are striking similarities between what happened in the 1970s and now. I mean, this debt crisis that most of the countries of the global south are facing or will face is a serious issue and needs to be addressed. The other thing is that we have also to learn from that period, because during that period, there was this new international economic order agenda. But the first response, I mean, the major response to it was a structural adjustment plan by the IMF and the World Bank. So that means that we have to learn from our past failures in order to address current crisis, multiple crises. The thing is also, from my own perspective, I am not too optimistic about what we could achieve, as people from the global south negotiating with the global north, because the current situation is that the global north is itself sabotaging the rules of the game. I mean, in the neoliberal discourse, there is this thing about, property rights. You have to respect property rights. But now they have shown that when you accumulate dollar reserves, when you accumulate euro reserves, you could be at any moment expropriated from your dollar reserves. So that means that there are countries that suffers objectively from a lack of, hard currency reserves. But you have also now countries which are threatened to be expropriated anytime because, well, it's the will of the West. So that means that the global south has to take collectively unilateral measures. I think it's the only way that the global south could be able to obtain, lasting and decisive, concessions from the global north. But I don't think that going to meetings, exchanges with global north leaders will change the current situation. I think we need really unilateral measures, but coming from the global south.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now the floor is for the ground, and I will give the question. There is one. take mine and yeah.
Okay, I'll be a little. So thank you so much for the excellent presentations from all. But I'm going to touch a very high-hanging fruits in this issue. I like the statement of Helga, who said we need the immediate things what we have to do. I think the immediate things we have to do is just follow what our President Sukarno on 1995 telling that all the security alliances in the world has to be gone. I think that's the immediate issue we have to face and how to say it to the world. The second thing is actually about the racism that I described in Bandung, the racism of economic, trade, finance, and technology. The issue here is about the dollar reserve. Because every country today, even though they have a special or different thinking with the West, the problem of the issue of Russia or Ukraine war, the very unfair one in my point of view, is the way the United States or whoever country is hold the reserve of Russia without any international court and justice. So I think this is very dangerous. I think Indonesia's standpoint for non-alignment movement is very strong, but we have to keep saying very carefully because of the reserve in the United States that they can freeze the way they freeze to the Russians. So this is very important issue, especially Pedro. I think you are very emphasizing on that issue. The third one is, I think the non-alignment universalism initiative that I mentioned in Bandung as well has to be started. I hope we are coming from 33 countries, something. So maybe all the countries should be really spreading this non-alignment movement issue, then starting from the regional, and then we get the universal non-alignment operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Darwis, now he's asking.
Yeah, I agree with all these presentations, but the question is leadership. Now, I think it is very weak. I mean, if we look at the history, the non-alignment movement was very strong. The first generation, let's say now it's the third generation. The first generation is, of course, the Nehru, Sukarno, Tito, Fidel Castro, etc., etc. That's very strong and contribution on preventing the third world wars, which was hanging around at the time. The second generation, like Boumediene, etc., it's from 70s with the declaration on the new economic, international economic order, new international information and communication order, which worked very well. I mean, it influenced combining with the petrol crisis, etc., etc. And so, non-aligned movement lead. I mean, the role is very important, thanks to this strong leadership and the unity of the non-aligned movement. But after that, I don't see the strong unity among the non-aligned movement and the lack of leadership. So I don't know. This is just how I launched this question. Maybe it is a homework for us to find who to form the leadership of the non-aligned movement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This question is really important. I think there is if you can come here so people will see you. I hear you.
Thank you. So mine is not just a question, it's more a comment, as quick as possible. And a slightly critical comment and perhaps an invitation to reflect. I see here the tendency to identify the West to the so-called Anglo-American oligarchy. I want just to remind you that the West is not a uniform bloc. And there are in the West countries which have always felt uncomfortable between the blocs, either the two blocs, USSR or USA, or either they felt uncomfortable to be between the blocks and the non-aligned countries, and there were the so-called, that's my own, my own interest, the so-called intermediate or middle powers, which had which have a history of cooperation that's almost unknown. They have a history of cooperation with the non-aligned countries also. And I think that if we look back, or if we look in the cooperation between Western countries, and in Western countries, I include also South America, then we decide if it is East or West, looking at the continent from Asia. But anyway, I include in the West also South America. And I think that we should try to find, I mean, if we look at the cooperation with these countries, we could find a way to political, I mean, the cooperation between non-aligned countries and the West is more, at the moment, is almost exclusively an economic cooperation. Western countries have strong economic ties with the non-aligned countries, but they don't cooperate at the political level. And I think that in this phase, in this historical phase, we can't speak about, I'm talking about from an European point of view, we can't talk about Europe, we can't consider Europe now as a pole of a multipolar international system, because Europe is still struggling to find its own identity. So if we want to cooperate with the West, with the so-called West, we should cooperate with single countries or with groups of countries, okay? Thank you very much.
Yes, Beatriz Bizio wants to take the floor.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for this excellent panel. And I have also a comment in relation what Darwis has said. Of course, we know that we lack of leadership, not only in the West, but also in the South. There are no leaders of the stature we had when we think on Sukarno, Nehru, Nasser, etc. So what I do feel is that we have a very, very important grassroots movement all over the world. So perhaps we should think not only on a leadership through the state, but to broaden our view and to think that perhaps in this moment we should think on starting this movement, this transformation movement, from the very, very important point of the base of the society, where the youngsters have the volunteer to change, but they don't have the channels to express themselves because there is a lack of confidence on some of the political parties, on the trade unions, unfortunately, because they are the ones who could really change, but there is a reality. So I think we should broaden our way of understanding the possibility of starting a movement and seeing that the starting point could be not the state, but the society, we the people, as the United Nations Charter starts. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. By the people and the movements need leaders as well. Okay, yes. Over there.
Hi, my name is Karina Kailo. I'm from Finland. And I also thank you for great discussion. Now, let's suppose that all these wonderful suggestions about reconfiguring the banking system and credit system and IMF and WTO and everything else, once you get there and you have this new world order, where is patriarchy? What is the role of patriarchy in all of this? I mean, men of all colors and all nations rape and abuse women around the world, and that issue has not been raised. And it was the failure of the socialist, the communist movement. They said women's issues come after we save the world. They never change the world for women. Women remain just as tied to the domestic sphere and to unpaid or poorly paid labor and to sexual abuse. None of those problems have gone away. Prostitution hasn't gone away. Things have gone worse. And I would say Darvis was talking about who is the leader of the non-aligned world. I have a utopia because I think we need utopias. I think the indigenous women and particularly the councils of the elderly women should be the leaders. Give them 50% of the world's resources and let them decide, because they have shown through history, they know how to live sustainably and they have never threatened the planet. So give them the power and let them decide how to organize this future.
Thank you very much. But before that, we should look around how many women are serving imperialism today. So I don't think that it is a question of gender.
Yes, there is another people. Other people want to tell something, or because I think the issue of leadership is very important, but it's not only the leaders we have to think about. We have to think about ideology behind these leaders, because these leaders were strong leaders because they had an ideology, and so the ideological questions are first, and then the leader appear. And that's the point. We have to imagine an alternative, but which alternative? Of course, we imagine almost every time socialism, but which type of 21st century socialism, which would not be a 19th century socialism, but which would be a socialism and not capitalism. You want to take? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. To respond, what Pak Darwis Kodari said regarding the lack of the leaderships. Yeah, if we are looking the conflict in Middle East, and then also the potential conflict in South China Sea and in Peninsula. So all reflecting for the coming of the new Cold War, like in Middle East, this is even the conflict, the potential conflict amongst Saudi Arabia and Iran. But behind of those countries, the hegemonic power always behind all of the conflict. So if we are learning from the first generation of leaders in non-alignment movements, they believe with the power of idea, they have imagination about the structure of the new world without colonialism and without imperialism. So we could recalling again all their idea. So we combine with the idea for the grassroots movements, how we reconstruct again for all the idea of non-aligned movement in the 21st century. And then we reconstruct again how the new world order, what is the role of UN in the new world order. I think we're recalling again. And then based on this new construction of the new world order, based on all the spirit from the first generation of non-aligned movement, we can put some strategic agenda. What we have to be done by all the quote unquote the member of the new non-alignment movements, and then what's the grassroots communication movements, and then this would be the power generating from the up and also from the bottom, and finally we can find our way to make the new history. Because most of the people are so worried with the current situation. We cannot preventing from the nuclear war, something like that, and the military competition always happen. Yeah, including moving to South Asia. So I think this is we face the common idea that the world peace are our struggling, which never ending. Thank you.
So please, if somebody has something to say, but because also you can have your own opinion. And
I have already told. I think that our biggest enemy is imperialism, and yes, I see, and the countries which represent it. First of all, the United States, and therefore I think that the non-aligned movement cannot overcome the problem of nuclear wars and neocolonialism without halting imperialism, and cannot reach a multipolar world without eliminating the overwhelming power, either military or financial, as Pedro also always underlines, of the United States. So this is, but I finish because I see that Isaac wants to say something.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring. Thank you for the insights. It will be very short. It's about Africa right now also, because we speak about Asia. We see what is going on when your analysis is, the insights are great. Now, there is something going on, particularly in West Africa, and we speak about the second phase of decolonization. This is part of the game also. And I see here an historical opportunity to just intervene and have the possibility to build, to take into account what, for instance, the movements, the social movements are trying to do, sometimes against what the states are doing. In the book we published now, it's a point that the state doesn't represent what the movements, the people want, and this is also the problem of leadership. So now there is a kind of suspicion coming from the West and warning African countries in the way they want to cooperate and have a partnership with Asia. The question is also raised in Africa, that people fear a little bit, and they think, and always they speak about a second colonization of Africa from Asia. So we have the opportunity to write another story of collaboration and partnership and shape this kind of solidarity on a new way, and not just take the old way, the easiest one, in order to get the resources, but really imagine on an innovative way how we can build this solidarity and make it, profitable for the countries, for the South, and show how the relationship between the continents could be our main experience for the people. So this is another issue we have to just consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I'm the third European now speaking up in this context, but since Isaac mentioned already Africa, I would ask the Asians, in particular in Indonesia, how they feel about the Asian integration. We are seeing more and more RCEP, TPP, the Trans-Pacific, and other regionalization economic process here in Asia, which are very influential. They bring together even Japan and China, which in many other aspects are very much in opposition. And I wonder how far ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, which is trying to create a common market here, for a long time already, they tried to have this kind of process and introduce measures, how this integration process in ASEAN, particularly since ASEAN Secretariat is in Jakarta. So you are very much at the center of this process. How far this could be a stepping stone to improving the more global governance issues we discuss here, even all the way to nuclear war prevention, to having problems with the debt crisis, which we see very much here in Asia being played out. How far can ASEAN have an influence here? Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe it was a question. Maybe you have some.
Yeah, okay. As written by Parakana, the future is in Asia. And then ASEAN, this is actually the economic cooperation forum who promoting the stability in politics to support all economic development, cultural cooperation in Southeast Asia. So concerning with this current situation, the trade war actually amongst the United States and China also influencing the policy in ASEAN. The ASEAN Charter is fully agree that ASEAN is the common development of economic in this region, and we are not involved in the, we were trying to make the balance with all the interests coming to this region, including Trans-Pacific, then corrected by the new leadership in USA, and also from the China, the One Belt, One Route mission, with all the economic bloc actually quote unquote also influencing for the political stand of its the member of ASEAN. Indonesia as the big brother in ASEAN community is try to make the balance that's back to the mission of ASEAN, focus all cooperation for the economic development, cultural development, and also the education and promoting the uniqueness of the member of ASEAN to be developed together in enhancing the life in poverty and also in justice. But as the current situation, like what happened in Cambodia, for instance, whereas a lot of criticizing to Cambodia regarding the prospect of the future democracy, why ASEAN not so fully powerful for getting the solution for Cambodia, because this is also related that Cambodia is supported by the China, so making difficulties also in put the sanction of Cambodia to follow the ASEAN's values regarding Myanmar, Yeah, in Cambodia we involve for the initiative Jakarta International Meeting. Yeah, in Myanmar, Yeah, so this is reflecting that the competitions amongst the hegemonic power in ASEAN, becoming more influence to change the policy of ASEAN. The Indonesian government commitment is to maintain ASEAN to be neutral among the competition between the USA and China. But concerning with all idea recalling on this meeting, I think from my own perspective, we have to move forward for ASEAN position, not just neutral in the politics, but we have to respond to be improve the power of ASEAN in making the balance of competition among USA and China. Thank you.
Not an Asian, but I'm afraid that most of the organizations that you mentioned are based upon a neoliberal framework, and that is finished. That is totally finished. It's not working anymore. It could conserve the name, but they must be reconstituted from inside. Because, for example, all the network of bilateral investment protection agreements are interpolated right now. Europe is forcing in the asymmetric relationship with the third world countries. They are forcing for the bilateral protection investment agreements, but at the same time they are violating these agreements because of the energy crisis. So it doesn't matter anymore. All the breakup of the fragmentation of the monetary field is going to violate any kind of international law agreements. The grab of the reserves of Venezuela, Nicaragua, Iran, Russia is against any law. And the same happens with all the problems in terms of the payment agreements or the private transactions through SWIFT or the Bank of Bail, the settlement international, the Bank of International Settlements through bail, that was precisely created to avoid a new conflict after the First World War and the reparations of war. So, as we speaking, we need to realize the depth of the crisis. There are a lot of irreversibility in the course of the events. You mentioned in your presentation this term, friend shoring. Just I'm finishing with this because it's very important to understand how damaged is the fact of trust and confidence among countries to continue with trade. It's not only, Connie, it's not only the grab of the reserves, it's also the possibility that most of the reserves that we have in our countries are based upon titles from the United States. And if the United States refuse to pay?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Pedro, we have to finish now. Thank you very much for all you came, and particularly thanks for our speakers online and offline. And we will continue this discussion till the end of the day until we achieve a multipolar and just world. Thank you very much.
To all participants, now is the time for a 15-minute coffee break. For those who want to do Friday prayer, please gather outside and the staff and committee will help you out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but we would like to be the end there. Very, so sure. That's totally right. Oh, yeah.
kemudian mewujudkan impian secara dulu yang ada.
Good afternoon to all of our guests and participants. Our next plenary session will start soon. Please start making your way to the room as our session will start soon in less than 3 minutes. Thank you. Once more to all of our guests and participants, our next plenary session will start at 12:20. Thank you.
You need it? Okay.
Yeah.
I just like this yesterday watching movie on Netflix.
Oh,
like trying to buy.
Oh, yeah. Great. Like in Lava, that's Indian films. So, good afternoon. We are now in the second session. The first session has already consumed 1 hour, extra. So we have a very short time to, finish in this session. We have got almost 7 speakers in this session, and I would like to call, without wasting any time, to call Hadi Sabayon. This session is devoted to the digital transformation towards a new civilization. And I also welcome Mr. Irfan Wahyudi from Indonesia, and he's my co-chair as well, and would like Hadi Sabayon from France to present. Yeah. Whatever you want. Yeah. So welcome Mr. Hadi Sabayon from France. He's going to present, but please keep in mind, if you will finish within time 8 minutes, but if you finish in 5 minutes, I will be very happy. 8 minutes.
Good morning to all. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you for the invitation. The title of our session is very important because it creates directly a debate about digital transformation. It brings us to think the problems of our calculation society that encompasses connections between machines and humans in its 3 versions. The human and its 3 versions: a human trace, iknos anthropos, who is a product and a producer of traces; homo economicus, the human as a market actor; and a homo politicus, the human as a political animal intended to live in a polis, in a city. The title of our session evokes also several questions about the digital as a milieu, as a civilization, as a new religion, dare I say, and the transformations that its culture introduces in our lives. It reminds me of the French sociologist Dominique Cardon, who writes in his book, Culture numérique, the following: it is important to have varied and interdisciplinary knowledge to live with agility and caution in a new world that digital enriches, transforms, and monitored, because if we fabricate digital, digital also fabricates us. So digital has established itself as a new culture, changing our relationship to space, politics, things, and ourselves. These transformations come from the interaction between intelligent machines, computers, then artificial intelligence, and users, human beings, in innumerable fields and domains. These transformations became dynamics that characterized human society, turning it into an algorithmic society driven by a computing infrastructure. In this extensive environment, built from multiple sets of layers, humans and machines cohabit. They are set up together where our clicks, conversations, purchases, bodies, finances, and sleep become calculable data. A new civilization arises. The civilization of the internet is known as the digital era. However, the internet is not abstract. It's not something that don't have a materiality. The internet has a body. It is a language based on scientific operations that generates new entities and restructure our reality. Furthermore, the most important is that it has a history. The history is what interests us in analyzing and understanding so that we can deconstruct and adjust this civilization process. The history of the internet led us to search in the history of old civilizations about common elements as well as contradictions that help us understand the mutations we are witnessing in our present. A comparative analysis between the internet and Phoenicia, an ancient civilization, seems essential to us. What relation can we find between an information and communication network and a model of urban city-states on the Mediterranean coast that existed more than 3,000 years ago? In a brief explication that we will develop later in a presentation in the parallel session, we can say that there are three intriguing aspects to be discussed. First, the internet has a body. It started as a public military project before being privatized. As Phoenician city-states experimented with the transition from a political and economic power coming from the royal palaces to a mercantile class. Second, the internet has a universal language that allows anyone to connect and use. Phoenicians invented alphabetical writing that was accessible to all, and thanks to it, Phoenicia got its political entity. Third, the internet is in crisis today because of the privatizing process that gave private firms the right to manage their actions for profit, while neglecting the rights and needs of users. Phoenicia, characterized by trade activities, could not survive as a civilization and did not become a model of democracy and citizenship. I will conclude there. To be brief in this presentation because of the time, the short time, I will say that referring to this comparison between the internet, its history and its present, and one old Asian civilization, which is Phoenicia, I can say that we have to think the internet in two levels today, the upper level and the lower level. So in the upper level, I have a suggestion or a proposal to do. As digital writing is exhibiting new traces while pushing back others to be forgotten, it is important to transform our interaction in the internet to participation by developing individual or collective digital cultural memories And maybe one example is our conference or our conference tour. What are we doing with reviving the history of the relation between Bandung-Belgrade-Havana conferences and put it into visibility in the present. Our digital traces are removed from their contexts and scattered in the networks. They are alimenting the big data and used by private firms to make profit, to make money. Let's think about using it, appropriate these traces in memory projects so they become commons and a part of heritage policy that raises issues of knowledge, and specifically of knowledge, because there's a big difference between information and knowledge. The second proposal seeks the basement of the internet, because as I mentioned, internet is also the pipes. Let us not forget that the internet is first made of pipes, and everything we do up the stack depends on these pipes working correctly. What if users and communities manage to hijack the privatization of the pipes and the monopoly of telecom companies and start creating their networks with the support of public institutions with technical expertise and infrastructure That or the purpose is to establish an internet managed by community networks, managed by people. So internet that places people over the profit. And this is also an important point maybe to discuss. The internet is not just material and historical, it is also political. In this sense, our proposal is political and can bring people into new relationships of trust and solidarity and encourages caring for collective infrastructure and one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hadi, and thank you for finishing on time. And I think it's an important paper, and it was a very informative paper. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Grasjan Simek from Poland.
Species with mentality. People. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm very proud to be here in this wonderful place with wonderful mood of university, with so many wisdom people around me. It was always a dream of that. I am the effect of educational in former socialist Poland because I have lived for 1 decade. And I know how it was very influential to my skills and my horizons. And I want to say some remarks about important issue. I'm not specialist in technology, but my research focused on also on civilizational change. When I use category of civilization, I mean that it is a way to develop of social being manifested in different substructure. So this is a method what we use in different times and different spheres. There are some specificities and some also universal aspects. And technique, as we related to the digital transformation, is one of the tools how to develop the civilization. When we use the well-known influential sociologist Max Weber, in his thought, there are differentiation between so-called formal rationality and substantial rationality. Formal rationality it means how to use tools, instruments to get the right effect, to implement our aims. But there are substantial rationality which take into account that our system of values which is a starting point to use tools to analyze the aims which is related from those values. I highlight this because many times the Western thinks and use Weber to show that only rationality lays in the Western civilization, and it is of course methodology. And when we talking about civilization, we should highlight the 4D, syndrome of 4D, 4 processes which are around us and became the part of civilization for last decades. The first one was the deindustrialization. Yes, we had already mentioned this during our speeches, that there are relocation of production, and it's of course all related to the corporations' interest. I don't want to speak anymore because it was already mentioned. But it of course is one way to gain profits for capital, and from other side to build inequality. Yes. The second was denationalization, but it means not only that the privatization, but also in the name of liberal individualism, abbreviative thought that the individuality is at the heart of civilization. It is of course untrue, because we are social beings. From Aristotle, we know about this. But the nationalization of our life, of our groups, of also national states, how it works previously. And the third aspect is derationalization, and you know, West openly told us that we are living in the post-true era. So there are no true. So it means what? Chaos, and we observe this chaos. But this is not ontological chaos, but it's a method of chaos which provide stronger to be more stronger. But it affects that people are in the world, and in Western civilization also, don't know how to, what is good path to them, how to build a new model of civilization, because of many processes which in dynamics which change our lives. In every sphere, because we are participating in big scientific revolution. It is called with acronym in big nanotechnology, biotechnology, informational, cognitive, neuroscience, genome engineering, and so on and so on. So there are big transformation of possibilities, but is always related to the ruling so-called capitalism realism, as it was mentioned in very good book by Mark Fisher, which I propose you to read. And the second, last one is the dehumanization, the lack of rational axiology, what is good and what is bad. And I will finish this because of lack of time. And what way we should choose? You know, when in the one of the ideological bases of capitalism was the struggle of existence. Yes, Darwinian thought. But we should change this. It would be struggle of good existence. In Polish language, it is, you know, it looks like that. The walka o byt, it is struggle of existence, but it's walka o dobrobyt, it is struggle of good existence. But it not struggle for good existence doesn't mean the welfare state, you know, as it was during Cultura, but the conception of good, which must be a basis how to reorganize this struggle, because of course there must be some struggle, some competition. but what condition it would have that would in the effect gave some success and realize their interest by not only stronger but the whole of society. And nowadays we should not only think about how to competitive, yes, that Asia are starting to be, you know, a more advanced economy and technologically, but also we need to develop discussion about ideas, propositions, visions, not as it was in previous time that, you know, the material way and technology economy is right data and ideology, ideas are something behind for humanists. No, it is nowadays it should be also a basis, and that's why we should build new indicators, because GDP is a typical neoliberal indicators. And let me quote for a conclusion from my article, which is published, I hope, and we will see after them in the book, the three new indicators which could be the way to build our new aims and vision of good existence. And for instance, Polish economist Kołotko proposed integrated well-being index, comprises, according the level of gross domestic product per capita, the second, the subjective level of well-being based on the individual analysis of his life, health, the state of collective life, social and political, subjective interpretation, but sociologists can do it with their methodology, I think. The third, the state of the natural environment and its impact on individual as a part of this indicator. And last, an assessment of leisure time and the cultural values that can then be realized. According to the Polish philosopher Suchodolski, he stated, subjecting the criteria of material comfort to criticism, it was once asked whether in placing different countries on the ladder of progress, one should not ask rather how many people live in tension and how many in smiles. It also worth to recalling the creator of category Utopia, Thomas More, when he recommended that nation should be a courteous and cheerful, revolving, font of leisure, one when it is necessary to work, quite endurable to physical hardship. Beyond this, however, the citizens are not thirsty for them, while they are infatigable in mental work. And last but not least, Alexander Zinoviev, former Soviet dissident who was created Homo Sovieticus concept, which was popular during the Cold War as a tool to fight against Soviet Union. But after the collapse, he has written a book, Homo Zapadnicus, when he described the essence of Western, which we now talking about. He had already described this 30 years ago, Homo Zapadnicus, and he showed his vision of human. The state should create the conditions for the creation of a new man, a civilized man, an idealistic man, a utopian man, a naive man, an impractical man, a non-egoistic man, a non-calculating man. But without a revolution in the economic concept, the indicated demands is certainly difficult to achieve. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grasjan, for a good paper. Thank you very much. And next speaker in my list is Mr. Irfan Wahyudi.
Yes, thank you, Professor. And hi, everyone. My name is Irfan Wahyudi. I'm from this University Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, and it is nice to meeting you all. And I see that you're having very long journey, and hopefully in here you will enjoy the rest of the conference. And thank you, Prof. Davis, who lead the tour as well. And for my part, I will have this discussion on global disorder, the media and digital avenues in Indonesia. And I want to have this case study in Indonesia as what I can say as the global disorder. Because in Indonesia, we have this and also experiencing different kind of situation related with the digitalization that happened in our country. But it can actually resembles what happened on other countries as well, as like being part of the infodemics, yeah, the hoaxes and many things. It is, well, at first we think it is a 5 years agenda, because on 2024, for example, we will have this general election. And during the general election, supposed to be and used to be these hoaxes coming around. But actually it's not only happened during the general election. It happened every day right now in our country. But I think it's also become a global situation where the information flooding, how people handling this situation. And I just like heard from the previous presentation that it is something that we should discuss, and how it can actually contribute to our understanding of having this internet as a place for everyone, as the public sphere for everyone. But actually it's not. It belongs to like several people who actually can control everything, as what has been practiced by Elon Musk, for example. Like, he's very proud of having Twitter, yeah? And it's like, okay, when you say something, I will charge you. When you say something, I will charge you. If you don't mind, if you mind about something, then I will kick you. There's many things like that. But it is actually practiced in Indonesia about the corporation, about how the conglomerates coming and having this media as their outlet of having this influence to many people. And it is something that we think that it's supposed to be having this kind of freedom of thinking, and also many access to internet as something that we have already having. Next, please. Yeah, the pandemic accelerated the implementation of digitalization in Indonesia, including the media and communication sectors, while the COVID has also stimulated a faster than expected society engagement in digital platforms. Next. Next, please. Yep. The Kinsey report in 2018, before the pandemic, Indonesia has already have this good number, and taking this note as Indonesia as a digital archipelago, because we are having these thousands of islands, but actually connected, yeah, with the digital and virtual kind of communications, considering exponential growth in digital technology. And the media landscape is undergoing major technology-driven disruptions that have fostered network journalism with a significant impact from social media. Public journalism, like citizen journalism, something like that, is actually something that practice. And here in Surabaya, we have the radio called Suara Surabaya radio, yeah, which actually people used to say it as a driver radio, because the drivers in Surabaya is actually having this calling all the time about traffic situation. In here, we have a jam, traffic jam, and other places there are accidents, something like that. It is something like very kind of connected one another. And it also comes with the convergence in digitalization as well. But I will not talk about, I will talk broad language about Indonesia. Next, please. Digital Indonesia during pandemic, we have the data from Future Urban Reality Research in 2021 that 3 hours longer for Indonesian on accessing the internet, 8 hours, 45 minutes per day. And in current Southeast Asia, it's like 6 gigabytes per month for the expenses. And in 2026, it is expected, it is 39 gigabytes per month. And as you can imagine about how the access is growing and growing. During the pandemic and until now, people prefer to work from home. They're studying from home as well. They're doing online shopping every time. And right now, this is 11/11, means that it is a shopping time every month. 10/10, 8/8, 9/9, 12/12. And later on, by the end of the year, it's like the biggest sale happened on the internet, and Indonesian people love it. Business, entertainment, social media, video streaming, and other things. So it is something that become the habit, the culture, virtual culture happen in the Indonesian society. Next, please. 5G quality. Right now, the technology is implemented in Indonesia. Means people need to switch. Yeah, need to switch the console. People need to switch. Like I'm having this kind old of things, and my wife, oh my God, this is so old. I need to change something like that. Like iPhone 14 Pro was launched, and it's like, okay, that's the way you have to spend the money again for the mobile phone. Well, it's actually a switching time for Indonesian because the analog TV is switched off by the 2nd November 2022. It means that people need to buy and having this console called the set-top box. Yeah. And this is something that, yeah, can be done in the time, or in the name of technology. Currently, it is an individual consumption, and in 5 years, it is business to business. And something that we should be aware of, because yes, have been mentioned before, this is the trade. The internet is the trade system. If we would like to pursue further, and I think the government is very keen to have it. Next one. We love social media. Almost everyone having social media here in Indonesia, except for Pak Darwis. Internet users in 2021, 202 million. Smartphone is the most popular device, with speed is growing, even though it's not as fast as other countries in ASEAN, especially for Singapore. We have video streamings online. We have this very growing number of people accessing TikTok, for example. Next slide. Yeah. Problems as well having and occurred during this time for the media hoaxes and infodemic, because around 1,670 hoaxes happened in during the COVID time. News portal is actually become, social media become the source for news portals. They're having this news coming from social media, having news coming from Twitter, coming from TikTok. Yeah, we have this very large scale of news about the video made by people that actually causing this mass mass audience, because the actors is actually using the kebaya, the traditional clothes of Indonesian, and doing these pornographic acts. Yeah, it is very popular right now. But yeah, it's actually caught. Yeah, and the ideal mission is supposed to be journalists working hand in hand with the government and giving the correct news, but actually not. It's giving the desired news, not the correct news. Desired news. Next. Yeah, this is one of the example of the treatment of the internet law. Next, please. I have limited time as well. Yes. And the conglomeration means smaller control, because the government's actually having hand in hand, not with journalists, but with the conglomerates. Yeah, with the lifetime, it has actually lifetime permit right now for the media to have this access to the frequency. Yeah, so means that they can control it for the media industry. And it's still Jakarta-centric, even though it's called digital archipelago, but it's still Jakarta-centric, where the broadcast can access all part of Indonesia, but no decentralization. Means the program is more about Jakarta, who's speaking Jakarta language as well. Jakarta language means Indonesian with Jakarta accent. Next. And having my last note on here, the digitalization is implemented and enjoyed in Indonesia, where people are enjoying this because, like, well, you can actually forgotten your daily situation, your daily issues by accessing the YouTube and many things. Yeah, the authority is facilitating the digitalization process and practicing the business and political as well in the same time. The implementation of digital broadcasting is heavily influenced by the business actors, because it's like really heavily relied on business. And the last one, hoax and infodemics are real challenges in Indonesia if Indonesia is still keeping like this many desired news, but not on the new news that actually needed, and also being informed, and the level of Indonesian literacy is actually still need to be handled. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for a very interesting paper. And the next speaker and the last offline speaker in my list is Wolfgang Peep from Germany. Yeah. Please. Do you have? No. Okay.
No, thank you very much again. being upfront here, you know, thanking in English and other languages as well comes from thinking. So when I say I thank you, it means I think of you. But we have so much food for thought today, and I would like to contribute even more before lunch. So lunch might be very fast now, but since we are late anyway. Almost all previous speakers this morning talked about solidarity. And I wonder, this very beautiful word coming together in solidarity can be brought up to the global level of governance. Because so far we always think of the national level, but I think we have global problems. You know, in Egypt now, COP27 is dealing with climate change, and it's only one of the global problems. We are talking about the internet, which again, the rule of the internet has nothing to do with national restrictions. It's a global issue. We are all involved, and it crosses borders anytime and anywhere. So my idea is, what can we do about global governance in order to be more solidary in our common issues? I use a keyword here, which is omnilateralism. Omni coming from omnibus or omnibus in Latin, meaning for all and by all. And I want to see how this omnilateralism can serve us in governance for all of us and by all of us, all involved in a very democratic possibility, in my understanding. So let me try to share my PowerPoint. Here we are. Oh, not yet. At least on my screen it works. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So I try to see the relationship to New Bandung spirit as well. And now I got a problem again. Can you go to the next slide? Doesn't work on my machine here. But can you just give me the next slide when I get thumbs up? Okay. Oh, yeah, possible. Yeah, okay, very good, thank you. So just to rush through the slides, I did too many. I am aware of having too much text here anyway. So I feel that the Bandung spirit can be enriched with civil society. We, in a way, are representing ourselves, civil society, because we are not representing any government or even global institution. We are not state-run, we are non-state stakeholders, if I dare say. And we have to see with omnilateralism, it was very much criticized already, so Western-dominated international governance has to change. And it was mentioned already by one of our participants here. I'm grateful for that, that the West as such cannot easily be generalized. It's not a very homogeneous part, west from Asia, that is a block. I personally, as a European, feel very un-American in many aspects, and I'm not an Anglo-Saxon either. So let's see how we can do that without the Anglo-Saxon influence here. But one thing is clear, global problems need global solutions, and let's see how we can contribute to those. I want to see the widening of non-Western input into the global governance system. Very simple terms, we can go into discussion later on. I lived in East Asia for almost 20 years altogether. I studied there already and later as a diplomat represented the European Union. And I saw very much a widening of my horizon. In the beginning, it was very unstabilizing my own understanding of the world because I was educated, of course, dare I say, in the West, because I was at high school in the US and of course in Europe as well. But I felt very much all of a sudden in Japan, for instance, there's so many alternatives in thinking that in the beginning really destroyed my structure of basic framework of values, which in the end was very productive because I saw the diversity contributed to new horizons, new alternatives in my thinking. And I think we should be more aware of that altogether, because here in East Asia in particular, but as well in Africa, if you think, for instance, the experience of the Reconciliation Commission of Mandela, this has an impact even on the Northern Ireland issue. It's discussed there as well, how to overcome past problems, not just bringing them to court and opening up enormous Pandora boxes of history, but to find a common denominator to see the future rather than only dealing with the past. So this opening up to non-Western ideas, practices, and concepts is very important in the sense of omnibus, for and by all of us. And of course, in this context, I myself, being a European, I feel very much we have to overcome the limitations of this absolute sovereignty of the nation state. The nation as a word has to do with being native to a place, but who is really native nowadays? We all came out of Africa, dare I say. It sounds very easy to put it like that, but in a way, there's hardly anybody whose ancestors, if you go to several generations, really is living on the same place and has this genealogy of maybe hundreds of years to claim being native to a place. And I think this is very important if we see how mobile we are. I dare say who has several generations in this place, for instance. Would be very difficult to find anybody in the room, I dare say, particularly among the participants. We are all where we live immigrants in a way. And I think we should be aware of this, that the nation with its very artificial borders has to be changed as the only identity in politics. It cannot be absolute sovereign. In very simple terms, the Latin words we use for relationships between nations is known to you, so I can more or less go through that very easily. Of course, we have Donald Trump as the extreme case of unilateralism. Then we have bilateralism, mainly with fair trade, with free trade arrangements. And then we have the so-called multilateralism that everybody is using. And I'm afraid this morning we heard the word a couple of times as well. But we should be aware multi means only many, not all. So what we need at global level is all of us are involved. It's not only many nations. And the problem, of course, is United Nations, this body, highest body of authority at global level of governance, is made up only of nations. Although the preamble, and Beatrice mentioned that before already, says we the peoples. It doesn't say we the nations. So we have to go back to the people to really understand what the global governance is all about in the end. One example, of course, where the nation created an enormous problem is a pandemic, because we had already a case here early, very early in the epidemic. We saw an email going to Geneva through the WHO, the World Health Organization, coming from an instance which is not a member of the United Nations. It's not regarded by the majority of the people in the United Nations as being a nation. So if the email had been taken up, we could have avoided rather early the pandemic. It could have saved trillions of dollars of damage in the economy, and even millions of people could have been saved if we had earlier information on that. That means if you have, for instance, knowledge of a problem which could create later on a pandemic, meaning all are concerned worldwide, you could reduce enormously the impact. And this was not possible because we have only nations being authorized to give information to the WHO. That's the extreme case, but it's not the only case. We have almost all wars traditionally are between nations. We should be aware of it. I don't want to mention the problem we have right now in the eastern part of Europe. There are, again, borders, so-called absolute borders of sovereignty states involved here. And these borders very often, as we see in this map, for instance, originally were done by the colonizers. We European colonizers invented the idea of the nation and imposed it on the rest of the world. If you look at these borders, they have nothing to do with natural objects. They are not rivers, mountains. These are done by the generals, by the military of the colonizing powers. They have drawn lines here. And these lines have nothing to do with cultural differences, being native to a place, or being even in the same language, whatever. Particularly in Africa, it destroyed the borders of this sort, destroyed actually cultures and identities. And it's the same in Latin America, and even part of Asia has been cut down by European, dare I say, nationalizers through the colonial powers in that sense. But this problem of national sovereignty, we can discuss more in detail later. In my understanding, the sovereignty leads to international anarchy, because if we see every nation as being fully, absolutely sovereign, meaning they can do what they want, it goes back to the monarch in the history, it would mean that nobody is obliged by any international treaty, for instance. Even North Korea, in my understanding, is not sovereign. They depend on others very much, not to mention China and others. But it's obvious that the nation as such nowadays cannot be absolutely sovereign. And we have to be aware that the real governance is at many levels. It starts at the local level. And I dare say at the local level, for instance, you can have very direct democracy. Everybody knows about what's going on, and everybody can really judge the issues. And the other thing is to be aware of Greta Thunberg's mentioning of there is no planet B. There's always a village B. You can move out of your town even, but you cannot move away from this planet unless you have the money to go to Mars with a rocket, whatever, which is very rare for the moment at least. So another issue which was directly mentioned already by colleagues here in this session is the media, the impact of the media. This is very important because if you go higher in the multi-level governance than only local, you need the media. You have no direct information because it's not only your neighbor, it's the whole nation or it's the whole region, as we say in Europe, the EU in that case, that has to be informed correctly. And this is a big issue because they are private. Zuckerberg and others, they have more influence than an elected president or prime minister in any country. They really rule the world, you could say. And this for me, I'm by background a competitive lawyer of competition law, and I have the experience already in the GATT, which was a predecessor of the WTO now. They tried to introduce a law that would regulate the market behavior of big multinationals, for instance. Unfortunately, the American Congress already in 1947 did not allow this to become a law, an international law at the time. But I think we very much need more intervention into this so-called free market of media, because this is very dangerous. And these people are plutocrats. They are really ruling with their money, nothing else. They have no democratic whatever legitimacy behind them. And this, I think, has to be overcome. So I just speed through here. So I see now a massive move towards omnilateral governance. Why? Because we see already as an example in COP, the process of the convention of the parties here again, of course, in the United Nations context, are only nations. We see a process already where civil society more and more has an impact. And I think this is very important to be aware there is a possibility with expertise, with knowledge, particularly for academics and NGOs, to have more and more influence. And that's what I call, we should listen more to the convincing voices instead of only the counting votes of nations. And I stop here. Thank you very much and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pep, for a very interesting and very informative paper. Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is the online speaker. And I would request the technical team to connect online speaker Kim So-young from South Korea. There is no speaker, and no one. The other one is Tapio Varis from Finland. Yeah, he's there. Mike, please. Open your mic, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to join you, and I will speak very briefly. I have some slides which I try to open quickly so that we will, it helps my presentation with you. 1 second, it only takes, yes, I think you can see. My title is New Civilization and Global University. I try to concentrate on two aspects, mainly United Nations and UNESCO, and also a reference to League of Nations in the past. I'll be brief, but let me begin with my compliment to Indonesia. At the very moment now, my University of Tampere and the Indonesian University of Education are very actively building a climate change curriculum and indigenous knowledge. This is a very fresh last week logo from my colleagues who are working there in Indonesia. It shows that we can do something for the topics that we talk about right now. My history is a little bit different from many of others because I have worked with United Nations UNESCO-related university projects for long. I want to refer to Rector Sodiat Moko. He was the Indonesian University, United Nations University rector, and already in 1985, he wrote very vividly about the problem of the universities and knowledge in the South, because he asked, why are they repeating curriculums and substance and structure of Western or Northern universities whose models are already obsolete in their own countries? I met Rector Sodiat Moko 1985 at the UNU conference because I was appointed myself to be the first rector or University for Peace in Costa Rica. It was United Nations mandated Peace University, started 1982. And I remember speaking with Sodiat Moko at that time because I was new at that post and I wanted to learn from senior colleagues. I remember that Sodiat Moko was emphasizing what is important for the new UN-related university efforts. What kind of students will they produce? And I remember that Sodiat Moko already warned, I was young then, I'm still young, but at that time, 1985, that maybe we had lost already the momentum and the chances to build new university things. And this reminds me of a conference in Hong Kong, World University Forum, where I was also invited speaker. 2011, I was very impressed by the Chinese dean, Xu Xiangzhou, Zhejiang University, that he very clearly showed us that the Western standards or techno-scientific model has defined what is legitimate and what is productive knowledge. So we had already accepted worldwide a model, what is important and legitimate knowledge. And this comes from not only from America, it came from Europe first, and European modern universities influenced the American universities. And then the Chinese started to question or challenge that because they had already ancient civilization and they wanted to develop something new. I remember, this is very important reminder, But I still want to emphasize that my work at the University for Peace and United Nations connected activities, it brought me to the new technology innovations to universities in 1988. It was an important year to remember because internet was not yet then used, but satellites were, communication satellites. And I was following, among other people, I was advised from the UN to follow what are the American and Russians doing with the new satellite technology in the university field. And they had this very impressive effort. They had a joint cause of nuclear disarmament. So about 350 students from Tufts University and Moscow State University joined a cause, very short and very, very limited, but still it was an effort. So this brought me, myself, and I want to bring here, when we build new civilization and when we look at what the United Nations, the UNESCO, could have done earlier and could do now. UNESCO created UNESCO UNITWIN, UNESCO Chair Program in 1992. I was invited to join it in 2001, and my own chair was on global e-learning, and that's what I want to finish my presentation. This work has been going on for 20, 25 years, so this is just a summary of one of my presentations in Paris and in Moscow and elsewhere. What we tried to develop a university type of model that would reflect the new type of civilizational global challenges. And in summary, this is what we wanted and I wanted to develop, and it's available in many forms in the internet. With the Japanese colleague Takeshi Utsumi was one of the main collaborators with me in New York. But this shows that we still believe, and I believe, that in spite of all these new centers of knowledge and political lobbying, university is still the center, or should be the center of knowledge and critical new knowledge. But it's no more isolated, and it's connected to the global partnerships, but it's also serving the global the community development locally, and is utilizing the new technologies in e-learning, e-healthcare, and elsewhere. So this is summary of the models, and in finishing this presentation with two short slides. One is from Abdul Salam. He was from Nobel Prize winner from Pakistan. He was also in the board of my University for Peace, and I was appointed. He pointed out that science and technology have always been cyclical. They are not Western. And this is the important observation for today's new science and technology, that we take it for granted that this is something of Western origin. It's not. They are cyclical, there are different periods that have been lived through. And I used to conclude, this is my final slide, is that in China, when I was lecturing in Yangzhou University in China, I took this picture, which is very telling of the new global civilization, the great minds, Aristotle, Sakyamuni, Confucius. Of course, there are others, but these are great thinkers that we can identify. So thank you very much. I want to close stop sharing so that you can see my picture, my face. This is from my home. It's early morning for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tapio, for finishing your paper on time. And it was an excellent paper. Thank you very much. The next speaker. There is no. Okay. Okay. So we have come to an end because the last speaker is not there. And now the floor is open for discussion. If anybody wants to ask any question, but very brief, please. Yeah. So the floor is open. Any question, please raise your hand. Yeah, you want.
Thank you, all of you, because it was most interesting. I just want to comment one of Professor Varis' part of the intervention. When he says, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay here? Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that. Professor Varis mentioned that there is a long history, perhaps 3 decades in Asia, in Africa, at the level of the UN also, to think about why still are we in our universities mostly based on Western-oriented curricula. This is a question we are at this moment discussing in Brazil, at least some of us, not all the university as a whole, but we are trying to put this into consideration for the university to rethink the curricula, because it is a demand of our students. And in this moment in Brazil, there is a very interesting movement coming from the Aborigines people and coming also from the Afro-Brazilian segments of the society, trying to show that there is a very substantial way of understanding of knowledge, which is non-Western, based on their own experience. And they decided that the best way to show this is to enter the university. And after becoming scholars, anthropologues, philosophers, or whatever, to put the question, well, now we want you to hear our way of understanding. So from inside, and that I think it's a key question to change really what we meant about knowledge. Knowledge is not exclusively of Western knowledge, and that is for the 21st century. And for us, as the Bandung Spirit Network, I think this is a key question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. You want to come in? First, we take the question and then we will. Yeah. So any other question, please? Yeah. Okay.
Hello. I have been quiet most of this conference, but this time, speaking of curriculum development, I could not be silent. Professor Varis asked something as, why are they repeating curricula in the Global South? Excellent question. A narrow answer would be, one issue is at least I can speak from Mozambique and probably in most of Africa, we were trained in the Global North. And we were trained in the Global North to produce and reproduce the knowledge based, Western-centered and so forth. And so I'm building on Beatrice's already presentation. And okay, so I think at least I cannot skip the issue of the epistemologies of the South and their challenge of epistemicides, their challenge and their call for cognitive justice and so many other issues related to this. But speaking of my own country, and I'm sorry if, okay, maybe I'm taking too long. Speaking of my own country, we are actually like some weeks ago undertaking curriculum development. I teach anthropology. That's another issue, why anthropology? But in our discussions, I raised the question, why are we teaching anthropology? And why are we teaching anthropology this way? What is the relevance of this discipline in this context, in the context of Mozambique? And most of all, what is the difference of the course, the discipline, not course, it's the bachelor's degree in anthropology in Mozambique, if except for a discipline on African thought, pay attention, it's not African philosophy, it's African thought, African thinking, and some bit of history of Mozambique. What is the difference between this bachelor's degree and any other degree, I don't know, in France or Germany or where else? So yeah, I think there are lots of things to think about in terms of knowledge production and how it can be used to challenge all the other issues that have been raised up to now in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Professor Isaac.
Thank you. I agree. Just another aspect of the question, I totally agree with you. Knowledge production is also an economic and financial issue. And I'm in Burkina right now for my sabbatical, and people send their children to me so that I can tell them how to go to Canada and have their education. And in midst of the lockdown in Canada, the universities succeeded in convincing the government to open the borders for foreign students while they were losing millions of dollars because foreign students couldn't enter Canada. So there is another important aspect related to that this is a business. And I agree with the other aspects of that, but they will not help developing other curricula in the South because there are many advantages in that system. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Thank you so much for to link indigenous knowledge system. This is a suggestion based on my experience concerning South Asia. Indigenous per se is important, but indigenous is not sublime, I think. We find lots of indigenous sectarianism in South Asia, and the curriculum, which is coming in form of indigeneity or indigenous per se, is also based on religious lines or religious values. And those values are based on severe binaries. And so we have to make some distinction between indigenous universalism or indigenous sectarianism. And the solution of epistemology is not East versus West or West versus East. Whatever good one can take from the West and whatever the good one can take from the East. East per se is not sublime as far as knowledge system is concerned, or West per se is not, I think, as bad as one could claim from the indigenous perspective from South Asia, because we see lots of religious fundamentalism and shaping educational curriculum backed by religious institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Any other person coming?
Thank you. Just as a compliment, it's not only the source of the knowledge, but it's also the reproduction of knowledge. Most of the scholars in the third world must publish or perish. Yes, and the political economy of the funding is crucial there. You have to publish in a journal, and the journal is subject to a series of norms and a series of rankings, usually coming from the Anglo-American establishment. And the tragedy is that even in the heterodox world, in the leftist world, you have more or less the same. It's not fashionable anymore to talk about exploitation. Please, are you Stalinist? Are you an economicist? Oh, what a wrong SOB. Please. It's not fashionable anymore to talk about imperialism. It's not fashionable anymore to talk about sovereignty either. Please. It's not fashionable to talk about what has been the long tradition of struggle and emancipation, not only in the Western world, but worldwide. The successful revolutions were based upon some specific scope in terms of epistemology and some specific type of philosophy. The 11 theses of Marx on Feuerbach. So far, the philosophers, the intellectuals, have devoted their lives to interpret the world, and what it matters is to transform it.
Thank you. Last one.
Thank you very much. Last and very brief, because it's very much in line with what Professor Pedro has just mentioned, connected to the global knowledge production. Fully agree with you. And the research output, yes, just rewording what has been said. You know, if you look at this terrain, it totally reveals what we have in an asymmetric international system we live in, you know, with all these inequalities, yes, of the research output that is available. How to struggle to pierce into the journals that are dominated by, you know, all those who have been dominating basically the entire international system. Exactly the same. I fully agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think somebody from here. Someone from, yeah, you wanted, yeah.
When I said that we should give all the resources to indigenous women, I did not mean Thatcher type indigenous women or imperialist indigenous women. I am part of the indigenous women's movement. I have been for a long time. And in the wake of this movement, there's now the movement, the International Network of Feminists for the Gift Economy, the Mother Forum, Matri Forum, and the Archaeomythological Institute, and they're all looking at history and the new paradigm from a new perspective. And it's true that gender is not only the issue, because Harald Harman, who is the leader of the Archaeomythological Institute in Finland, is a man, but he's a strong feminist. And he has helped make visible that European history is patriarchal history. That's why it's important to say the word patriarchal, because patriarchal history starts with patriarchy, obviously, and it has totally silenced the indigenous cultures that came before Greece, and that the Greco-Roman empires appropriated and changed. And did you know that there was a period of 3,000 years of peace, balance, and equality in Europe? This was, according to Harald Harman and Maria Gimbutas, in the 6th to the 14th century BCE. Well, it's far in history, but they have found that the area of the current Ukraine and Slovenia and Bulgaria, Southeastern Europe, was for 3,000 years a matriarchal era, a matriarchal culture. And Maria Gimbutas with her followers found no evidence of guns, no evidence of violence, no weapons, but only a thriving culture of peace and abundance. And this information is now coming out. Yeah, sorry, I'm speaking about my pet topic here, but just wanted to say that I am not supporting money to patriarchal women.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I leave it on a speaker for 1 minute. If you want any comment, 1 minute only. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to borrow the comment of Beatrice about education and curriculum between North and South, and the one of Pedro concerning knowledge production, to say that maybe it is useful for us to think the internet or the digital era and not just education outside the new technologies environment, because non-aligned countries, for example, as an alliance against colonialism and the culture and education produced by colonialism, can be compared today to maybe a non-aligned digital communities to face the GAFAM, the big digital American companies, and its Chinese versions, because also in China we have another version of the GAFAM that control, that produce a lot of softwares and technologies. And as knowledge production is very important, we should also think about what do we use in the internet to communicate, what do we use at school, at universities, and not just to put the North versus the South. And a final comment concerning my friend also about the new human. And this is important, yeah, to think a new human, not calculate the human as our societies today, digitalized, is trying to take the computer model and create a human computerized model where everything is scored and should be calculated. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to?
Yes, thank you for this interesting discussion. Lots of interesting ideas, and at the end of the day, I think that the essence of and main point of our future is to find a new relation between two categories, which is more similar in melody in Russian language. When we divide between цена и ценность, it means in English value and price. In Russian is цена, ценность, very near. In Polish language is cena i wartość. So in Russian is so how to reorganize a vision to continue what is good in and objective in a development of rational economy and the way of rationality with West give to history to give a lot of progress, and what we should negate and go and transcend into the new vision and build harmony between particular and universal, individual and universal, not particular, individual and universal, and to find a way that substantial rationality, which is different in many areas in different civilization, came together. But the first step is, you know, that cena must be under the cennost, that the price must be under the value and values. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to be very short because I tried to get the slogan around that we have to go from majority voting to convincing voices. And I think here in this group already, we have the chance to bring our voices into the world. Just the background of all of us is so diverse, and with diversity, we have this plurality of opinion, and diversity gives us a chance to improve. We need not only biodiversity, even in social context, we need the differences. And there I allow to use the French word, vive la différence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, is there anybody online who wants to comment? Mr. Tapio Waris. No. Nobody. So the last words, Mr. Irfan, and he will conclude it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was not supposed to conclude this very wide variety of discussion, but as we all know, that this is something that important, and I think it's actually touched many dimensions of our daily practices of life. Yeah, and from what has been discussed, we know about this kind of digitalization that has been, like for example, has been told by Professor Hadi Ayub about the digital fabrication. I think it's very important to notice that this is the internet. This is the trade actually happening, and it must come with the point that made by Gretchen Chimek about the society, about the competition as well that happened to our world right now, and it's come actually put onto our daily life, both physically and virtually, and how these can actually contribute it to the production and reproduction of knowledge as well. And as we know, it has been like widely disrupted by the practices of the society and also the businesses. So let's put this onto like our lunchtime discussion. If you have further discussion you would like to go, then let's make it into the next part of our discussion of our conference. There'll be lunch at right now on 4th level, and then we will start at 2 again for the parallel session. Only 20 minutes? Oh my God, there's 20 minutes for explore. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you very much. Yes, pleasure. Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Hello there. Is this the ecology room?
Technical problem. I will get to you. Take, okay.
Hi, Lila. Good morning. Hello, Bruno.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, and you? Are you still in Kiev?
Yeah.
Hi, Lila. Is it cold, Bruno? How is it the situation?
Yeah, the moment is quiet. There is
no bombing.
Yeah. There was not alarm this night.
Okay. What are you doing? Humanitarian help to population?
Yes, we are working to provide some medical help on the south and working to rebuild some apartment in the north of Kiev,
okay.
Fin.
Okay. 1 second. Let me something. Okay. Hi, Paolo. Hi, Lilia.
Hi, Lilia.
How are you?
Hi.
Hi. Good morning to everyone. Okay.
Good morning. I am in Italy. Lilia, you are in Lebanon?
Yes.
And Paolo, are you in Italy too? No, you have no microphone.
I'm living in Malaga, in Spain mostly.
Okay.
Okay. So we're trying to, now what you see back, it is Dubai, but it was 2 years ago. Okay. If not, I can put my terrace, but then after you're envious because I have the beach and the sun and all that. It's not fitting too much on work. Okay. But I go to take a coffee. I think I still have time to take a coffee. It's 8 o'clock. I need a coffee in the morning.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We are waiting for Tonino because Reggio Calabria network is perhaps hard to connect. Bruno, we don't see you. Are you still?
Yeah.
Now we are seeing you. Okay.
Who is in Reggio Calabria?
Tonino.
Tonino
Perna.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Paolo, buongiorno a tutti. Paolo.
Ciao Marco.
La sessione dei BRICS è questa o è un'altra?
No, questa è NAM non allineati e last 20.
Sì. E come faccio a entrare la sessione 5?
Non lo so manco io.
Non sappiamo.
Bisogna
Forse devi scegliere. Marco, forse una pagina precedente, dove c'è la registrazione, puoi scegliere la room, la stanza.
Ora controllo.
E allora anche me too.
Good morning to everyone. I see we are 27, 26 we are. We are just waiting for the chair. Provo a chiamare Tonino.
Pronto?
These are not our speakers. Where are our speakers, please? So,
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
It's ours?
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, great.
There is a diplomatic problem panels and less 20 panels.
Je ne vois pas Tonino. Il n'est pas encore là, Tonino.
Thank you very much. So I would like to welcome to all our participants. And I'm Anna Maria Artner. I will co-chair this session, but sorry for make you wait because there is some delay in the conference. As you know, at every conferences we have some extension of time, and therefore the other participants and presenters are still having their lunch. So a few minutes more I need from your patience. So please remain online and we will begin very soon. Thank you very much.
So is this BRICS session? Room 5?
It is the non-aligned movement section.
Non-aligned movement. Oh, okay. So
we haven't started yet. We haven't started yet.
Okay.
We haven't started yet. Okay. But then you have to go to another room.
How can we change our room? Registering again?
Oh, well, I think I am not a technical person, but I think over there it is stipulated that you are now in number 8, if I'm not mistaken. And so you have to choose another room or going back at the entrance page, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But I asked, okay.
Bruno, Tonino,
you're gonna have to log out.
n'est pas là encore.
Pardon?
Yeah. Just simply go to breakout room options and click joins on the corresponding topics. For example, if you're on colonization, just click join on the right side, pressing the blue button. Just click the breakout room on the below, on the downside of the menu, and click join.
I am not able to find the breakout room, and I don't find the join. Bruno, did you find? I think this is our room, last 20.
Yeah, it's last 20 room.
Ciao Marco, we are here, and we start in a few minutes because they have different Zoom links connected in the one.
Yeah.
So we have to reduce. Maybe you could start with.
As we see, so scroll down.
Thank you for patience. It will take a few more minutes,
find the
maybe.
different topics, and then you can join
One of the back, yeah.
one of the topics. So you are all in one waiting room, okay? And then you can go to your special session by scrolling down the screen. Okay, and you will find the different topics, different sections, BRICS, NAM, and so on.
Bruno, tu m'entends? Bruno.
Is everything okay now? Dear participants, do you understand how to join the different sessions? You have to scroll down the screen, and then you will find at the very bottom the different topics, like colonization, decolonizations. Hello from Italy. Okay, do you know how to join? Giuseppe Iradukunda, for example.
No, I'm trying to join my room, but I have a little bit. Okay, maybe I found it. Let's try. Yeah. Okay, it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So then everybody has to scroll down, and at the bottom you will find the topics like NAM, BRICS, war and peace, and so on. And there is a bottom. Join, you can press that one, and hopefully you will get in to the room where the sessions are taking place. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me, I can't find my room.
Hello.
Excuse me.
I am Tonino Perna.
Tonino, are you here?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen,
yes.
Kindly click the breakout room on the below of the Zoom menus.
Hi, Tonino.
Ciao, Tonino.
There's a menu called
Good morning.
Rooms. Just click it.
Good morning. Welcome. Benvenuto.
Hi, Tonino.
Good morning,
Okay,
Tonino.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can someone help me? I'm supposed to join the group which is discussing on last 20.
Yeah, this one. This one.
This.
Okay, I'm here to help.
This one.
We're on the right
Okay.
group.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Right
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Excuse me, is it Miss Giselle?
Yes, I'm Juskel.
You should be on which room?
The one who is discussing on last 20.
Last 20, okay.
Yes.
You are in the right room, Juskel.
Good. Thank you. It was just a check.
At least we hope we are in the right room.
Okay.
We are 4 of us and we have occupied this room.
Good. I've been taught to prepare my presentation in French, and I did it in French. I think it will not be a problem.
Oh, in English.
I prepared my presentation.
Because
you have to speak. Right, Tony.
No, if you want to speak French, are you agree?
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
The same.
Okay,
because
thank you.
Lilia Ganem, can I introduce Jusqu'à Lilia Ganem, Bruno Neri, and Ugo Melchionda. The professor Serkuk Kolakoglu write me for him it's impossible to find the connection, the link. I don't know why, but it's impossible for him. And then I think I introduce Jusqu'à is the coordinator in Italy, the Burundi community. And Lilia Ghanem is director from Lebanon, from Beirut in this moment. She is a director of Ecologist magazine for Asia. Bruno Neri is one of responsible, the NGO Terre des Hommes for Italy. And Ugo Melchionda is many things. Is an expert, international expert of migration phenomena, and responsible for Italy, migration question and problem. Bon, I think Joskael start, please.
Okay, it's me who starts. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and discuss on rights of women. And I'm going to center my topic on rights on the women's rights in Burundi and to connect them with migration. And my presentation will be in French. Let's try to share my, I'm not sure I will be able to share it. I want to share my PowerPoint. Okay, let's try. My presentation will be in French.
Yes. Oui. S'il vous plaît.
J'ai toujours un... Oui. J'ai toujours un problème quand je dois... document. OK.
Je pense 10 minutes, c'est suffit pour commencer.
Oui.
10 minutes for one. OK?
OK, merci beaucoup.
Everyone, 10 minutes. OK?
OK, merci beaucoup.
Pas de...
Alors, je ne sais pas comment je partage ma présentation. Mon désir est de vous partager les slides et parler. Quelqu'un peut m'aider? Je ne sais pas comment on partage les slides.
Quelle est la question?
Tu as un button which is written share video.
Oh.
Did you find it on the bottom?
Okay.
Share video. Click on share video.
Okay.
And now we choose a window, perhaps. But we see. I am seeing something which is different from us because my main window is occupied by these men speaking. I don't understand what is happening. Do you see the same? I am seeing one person who is not in our group speaking about I don't know what.
Je m'excuse beaucoup, de ce retard.
Jusqu'elle, est-ce que tu as essayé de presser le bouton Share Windows, Share Video?
Partager.
Partager les vidéos.
Oui. Partager les... OK. Et je fais partager photo ou document.
Oui. Mais ne marche pas.
Document. OK. Essayons de partager le document. OK, celui-ci est sélectionné. Oh, document non pris en charge. OK. Mais on me dit que mon document n'est pas pris en charge par cette présentation, que je ne peux pas le partager. Alors, je sais... je sais une autre chose. Pardon? Pardon?
Peut-être qu'il aurait fallu que vous l'envoyiez avant l'union pour que le programme, le service
je devais
technique.
l'envoyer. Oh là là. Et comment je dois faire maintenant?
Tu peux lire, tu peux parler.
Oui, oui, je peux parler. OK, je suis désolée. J'aurais aimé vous partager la présentation. Je vais l'envoyer à la fin de...
Okay.
À la fin. Oui.
Ça va.
Je vais vous la partager. OK, d'accord. Ma présentation, comme je vous l'ai dit, se focalise sur les droits des femmes au Burundi et sur leur connexion avec la migration. Et je vais, en parlant, partager aussi mon expérience de migration en Italie. Avant tout, je dois dire que la Constitution burundaise reconnaît les droits des femmes et l'égalité des genres. En son article 13, la Constitution burundaise reconnaît le droit de tous à la dignité, au mérite et la protection de tous devant la loi. Le Burundi a en outre prépare et ratifié des protocoles régionaux et internationaux qui garantissent les droits des femmes. Je pourrais citer, entre autres, le protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples relatif aux droits de la femme, la résolution 1325 et beaucoup d'autres textes. En outre, en 2012, le Burundi s'est doté d'une politique nationale de genre dans le but de promouvoir l'équité et l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes et par-delà cet acquis, servir de gage au succès de gage de succès à la réalisation d'un développement durable au Burundi. Elle sert donc de cadre d'orientation pour tous les acteurs de développement. Toutefois, malgré les efforts fournis et les textes de loi qui garantissent les droits des femmes, l'égalité et l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes, des violences basées sur le genre et des pratiques de discrimination à l'égard des femmes demeurent répandues au Burundi. Ces violences sont étroitement liées à un contexte socioculturel plus large d'inégalité entre l'homme et la femme. Donc, je peux dire que le contexte socioculturel est l'un des causes principaux de violation des droits de la femme. Le statut de la femme est inférieure au sein des familles et dans la société burundaise. Et les valeurs sociales et les croyances culturelles contribuent à favoriser la soumission des femmes et la violation des femmes, les marginalisations dans certains cas. Les causes structurelles fondamentales de la violence liée au genre au Burundi résident dans cette inégalité entre les sexes inhérente à un système patriarcal. En outre, l'inégalité entre l'homme et la femme sont accentuées par l'insuffisante prise en compte du genre dans des programmes sectoriels, surtout dans des programmes de développement, où la femme est prise en compte généralement comme bénéficiaire, mais non comme participant, partie prenante des projets de développement. Donc, c'est aussi ça qui accentue, qui cause, c'est cette considération, c'est ce manque de considération plutôt qui cause, qui exacerbe les violations liées au genre au Burundi. Il faut aussi noter que le Burundi, dans ses croyances et dans sa culture, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, la femme est considérée inférieure à l'homme. Les filles sont moins favorisées que les garçons et dans certains cas, les femmes peuvent être même chassées du foyer ou maltraitées juste parce qu'elles ne donnent naissance qu'à des filles. Au-delà de ça, il y a aussi le manque d'opportunités pour les filles. Là, je parle par exemple en ce qui concerne le droit à l'éducation. les Burundais favorisent beaucoup plus, entendent beaucoup plus assurer l'éducation des filles, de leurs enfants de sexe masculin que ceux de sexe féminin. Bien que ces derniers temps, l'affluence des filles dans des écoles, surtout dans des écoles primaires, disons, ait atteint un degré considérable, se soit développé, il y a toujours des problèmes d'abandon, liés à des mariages forcés, des problèmes d'abandon liés à des grossesses non désirées, mais aussi des problèmes de fréquentation liés au fait que les corvées sont graves beaucoup plus sur les filles que sur les hommes. Ce sont les filles et les femmes qui s'occupent des champs et des travaux quotidiens. Et du coup, cela entrave la formation des filles et leur droit à l'éducation est bafoué dans ce sens. Parmi les causes de violation des droits des femmes, au-delà des causes socioculturelles que je viens de citer, il y a aussi des causes socio-économiques. Les femmes au Burundi n'ont accès aux droits fonciers et aux avantages en découlant que dans une proportion vraiment négligeable. Cela est dû principalement au fait que l'application du droit coutumier pour pallier les vides juridiques existants en matière de succession, des libéralités et des régimes matrimoniaux exclut les femmes. Aujourd'hui, le droit à la succession au Burundi est coordonné par le droit coutumier qui exclut la femme à hériter de ses parents, de son père. Pratiquement, ce ne sont que des filles, que des enfants de sexe masculin qui héritent de leur père. Et du coup, dans un contexte où l'agriculture est l'activité principale, surtout dans des zones rurales, la femme est exclue à la terre, à l'accès à la terre, est exclue à la principale source de richesse qu'est la terre. Et du coup, elle est maintenue dans une situation de pauvreté qui la rend dépendante de la famille, qui la rend dépendante de son mari. Cela entrave, cette situation de pauvreté entrave la jouissance d'autres droits. Le droit au développement, le droit à l'autodétermination. Et du coup, les femmes sont parfois poussées à abandonner leur foyer pour aller chercher du travail ailleurs et du travail, je dirais, indigne. Il y a l'affluence des filles en provenance des provinces dans des zones urbaines, surtout à Bujumbura, pour venir travailler comme des domestiques et dans des conditions de travail non réglementées et qui ne respectent pas les droits des travailleurs et sont parfois abusées sexuellement par leur employeur. À cela s'ajoute un phénomène récent, mais qui est en train de prendre de l'ampleur et qui préoccupe, qui est celui de l'esclavage moderne. Les défis burundaises, et cela est en train d'être documenté par des associations, mais aussi des cris d'alarme ont déjà été lancés, et dans le sens que la Commission pour l'élimination de toute forme de discrimination contre les femmes a aussi recommandé à l'État burundais de surveiller ces cas, des femmes et des filles burundaises qui partent sous prétexte d'aller travailler, des cas des mineurs aussi dans des pays asiatiques comme en Arabie Saoudite et qui, au fait, sont réduites en esclavage, sont abusées sexuellement et sont maintenues dans des conditions de travail inhumaines. Et du coup, tout cela parce qu'elles se trouvent dans une situation de pauvreté qui les pousse à ces choix extrêmes. Il y a aussi aujourd'hui le phénomène de migration non contrôlée au Burundi, que des Burundais partent et aujourd'hui, la majeure partie de ceux qui partent sont des femmes à chercher une vie meilleure ailleurs. Tout cela sont des conséquences de cette situation qui les opprime, qui ne leur donne pas assez, qui ne leur donne pas des conditions de jouir pleinement de leurs droits et de se développer au Burundi. Et elles optent pour partir chercher un environnement qui leur permettrait de jouir pleinement de leurs droits. À cela s'ajoute, comme d'autres causes de violation des droits, il y a aussi l'instabilité politique et les guerres. Là, je citerai notamment l'instabilité politique liée au coup d'État manqué de 2015. Après le coup d'État manqué de 2015, des cas de violence sexuelle ont été observés dans des quartiers qui se sont démarqués dans l'opposition contre le troisième mandat de l'ancien chef d'État. Selon Human Rights Watch, ces crimes ont été commis par des policiers et des jeunes affiliés au parti au pouvoir, comme arme de répression contre l'opposition au troisième mandat. Les mêmes actes ont été déplorés par le Comité des Nations Unies pour l'élimination des discriminations contre les femmes, qui a par ailleurs recommandé au gouvernement du Burundi de faire la lumière sur ces faits, condamner les coupables et indemniser les victimes. Une autre cause de violation des droits des femmes, qui par ailleurs est opportun d'en parler maintenant, ce sont les effets du changement climatique et la pauvreté. En effet, la crise climatique qui gangrène le monde, qui gangrène la planète, n'épargne pas le Burundi, qui malgré le fait qu'il soit parmi les plus faibles émetteurs de gaz à effet de serre, subit déjà et par ailleurs continuera à subir les conséquences des changements climatiques dont il n'est pas vraiment responsable. Les femmes et les filles sont parmi les groupes plus vulnérables aux effets des changements climatiques, car, comme je l'ai dit avant, ce sont elles qui s'occupent des travaux champêtres, ce sont elles qui s'occupent de la famille et des travaux quotidiens qui doivent subvenir aux besoins de leur famille. Et les changements climatiques les mettent dans des conditions où leur travail quotidien devient difficile et par conséquent, il est difficile, au-delà des travaux familiales, des travaux champêtres, de s'adonner à d'autres travaux de récréation, de développement personnel, parce que, par exemple, dans des zones où on observe le manque d'eau, les femmes sont obligées de faire beaucoup plus de kilomètres pour aller puiser de l'eau. Et elles y mettent plus de temps et par conséquent, elles en perdent non seulement de leur santé, mais aussi de leur temps personnel qu'elles pourraient dédier à leur développement personnel. Et cela rend difficile la vie des filles qui, au-delà de s'occuper des travaux quotidiens, doivent aussi suivre des cours, aller à l'école et étudier. Et la majeure partie abandonne l'école à cause de ça, à cause de ces difficultés liées au changement climatique qui rendent difficiles leurs travaux et à cause aussi de la pauvreté. Et tout cela a un lien avec la migration parce que la migration est au fait due au besoin, à un besoin est lié à un désir de satisfaire un besoin, de jouir au mieux d'un droit dont on ne peut jouir pleinement en restant où l'on est. Au Burundi, les femmes migrent de plus en plus aujourd'hui. Et cette migration est causée par des motifs variés, beaucoup de motifs, mais qui peuvent être regroupés en un seul. La recherche d'un environnement sain et propice à leur développement. Et ceci est un droit. Nous avons tous droit à un environnement sain et propice à notre développement. Et c'est pour cette raison que aujourd'hui, elles migrent plus pour chercher ailleurs. Et la migration ne peut être fermée, mais elle peut être organisée. Elle peut être orientée de façon à ce qu'elle soit non plus, qu'elle ne soit pas un problème, mais qu'elle soit un atout au développement. Et la migration peut être un atout au développement, que ce soit pour les pays hôtes que pour les pays d'origine. Il suffit de penser aux pays les pays qui profitent le plus de la migration, qui intègrent bien leurs migrants, ont une main-d'œuvre en plus. Une main-d'œuvre qui est qualifiée dans plusieurs domaines. Et de cela, pardon?
2 minutes encore. Excuse-moi.
Okay. Oui, je vais conclure. Oui. Je vais essayer de couper. Je disais que la migration peut être utilisée comme un atout pour le développement, que ce soit pour les pays d'origine, parce que les migrants qui travaillent dans d'autres pays d'accueil aident au développement, surtout des pays les plus pauvres, comme le Burundi. Les économies des familles se nourrissent du moteur des remises des membres de la famille qui travaillent à l'étranger et qui aident au développement de leur famille, de leur communauté et de leur pays. Tandis que les pays d'accueil profitent de cette main-d'œuvre pour se bâtir. Les migrants contribuent à la construction et encore plus au développement des pays qui les accueillent si ils sont bien intégrés. Les femmes ont besoin d'être intégrées, les femmes ont besoin d'être protégées pendant leur migration et quand elles arrivent au pays d'accueil pour pouvoir contribuer non seulement à leur développement personnel, mais au développement des pays qui les accueillent et au développement de leur pays d'origine. Là, je parle en général, mais j'applique ce cas au Burundi, qui a beaucoup de femmes dans la diaspora et qui contribuent réellement au développement du Burundi par leurs remises et par des projets de développement du Burundi. Mais sûrement, ce sont des femmes qui travaillent là où elles vivent et qui contribuent sûrement au développement des pays qui les a accueillis, vu que elles font circuler aussi l'économie des pays qui les accueillent. Merci beaucoup. Je ne veux pas m'éterniser. Je passe la parole. OK.
Merci beaucoup, Jusqu'elle. Merci.
OK.
Thank you very much.
Je vous renvoie mes slides. Je vous renvoie mes slides dès que je peux. Merci.
OK. Thank you.
OK. You're welcome.
I spend some words about the last 20. In March 21, we organized in Italy 5 meetings dedicated to the last 20, the more impoverished countries in the world, according to the principal socioeconomic indicators. The meetings held in different cities, Reggio, Roma, Milano, Sulmona, Santa Maria di Leuca, and focused the following themes: migration and hospitality, the health system, the decentralized cooperation, the impact of the climate change on the last 20, the challenge of agriculture, the big question of the peace, because this is very important, because 2/3 of the last 20 are still living in a condition of wars, of conflicts. We think that looking at the fragile part of the planet and the measure the social, economic, and environmental conditions of these countries can offer a different point of view to observe where our planet is going to. The inequality between last 20 and the G20 has grown in the last 15 years in the terrific manner. In 24, in the income per capita in the G20 was $30 million. In the last year, the income per capita increased at $1.05 million. The distance has grown in absolute terms, but also in percentage. The last 20 has grown 36%. The G20, 30%. In this moment, for us, is important to create the organization, the observatory, to continue the job that our in the interest for these countries, because the war is the first cause, the poverty, the impoverished countries. Now, I think Mr. Ugo Melchionda, who is with me, coordinator the report about the last 20, and please, can you speak about this report and the indicators and the analysis? Thank you.
Thanks, Tonino. I don't know if you can see my presentation on the window. Do you see my presentation or not?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So I think it is
representative of OSCE in Italy for migration.
Tonino, do you see my PowerPoint on the screen?
Sì.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. So just some data about what Tonino was saying. We started from this awareness. World has increased its splittings between the rich countries and the poor countries, which we called impoverished countries, because it is the consequence of the economic system in which we are living. For this reason, we defined the last 20 countries like Malawi, Ethiopia, Gambia, Guinea, Burkina Faso, which according to international standards and metrics are the poorest countries of the world. You see, most of them are in Africa, except for Afghanistan. Lebanon was a rich country, but now after all these years, and Lilia will describe us the condition of this country, and Haiti. All the other countries are sub-Saharan countries. Janine Deroux, please, can you shut up your microphone? Because sometimes we hear your voice, but I think you are not aware that your microphone is open. Janine
Yes,
Deroux,
thank you.
Please
Yes.
shut up the microphone. Thanks. Thanks a lot. The main objective of this initiative, which we call the movement of last 20, is to give voice to the population, or to experts, or to NGOs, or to researchers, or even politicians of these countries. And the choice of Tonino Perna to leave the floor to Miss, to the representative of women of Burundi is just a very good case, because we start from this point. the voice of these people, of these representatives of diaspora, of these NGOs who are working in these countries. We want to increase the voices of these experts and population and NGOs with this data. So we tried to find out in all the statistics of UN agencies, World Bank, IMF, and other agencies, which are the main topics of interest. Of course, fight against poverty, conflicts, pandemics, human rights, foreign debt, development, sustainable development. And we tried to make a report which we hope to publish in the next weeks, will be the number 0 of this report, which will be composed of 3 parts. One of data, statistical data, one of case studies, and the third could be assigned to diaspora or other experts as a comment to this data. We are interested to 10 dimensions, so to say, and we choose for these 10 dimensions 23 indicators. 23 indicators because we have, of course, hundreds of indicators, but it is impossible to have a book with hundreds of indicators. So we choose the GDP and GDP per capita because these are the main indicators of poverty and of impoverished condition of these countries. We choose the dimension of population, numerosity, population growth, life expectancy, mortality. And then we choose as a last dimension the indicators linked to the sustainable development goals, like guarantee on food security and health, gender equality, quality education, decent work, peace, environment, and so on. This is the complete list of the 23 indicators that we published in this first number 0 of the report. Of course, we are expecting to change perhaps this list of indicators. This was just the first stone on the pool, so to say. We hope to create a series of concentric waves and to have also feedback by researchers, NGOs, diaspora members. But we needed to start with a number 0. So we have population growth, neonatal, infant, and perinatal mortality, cost of sending remittances, Gini index of social inequality, number of refugees. What we considered the main indicators, which in a few pages, because of course we cannot choose all the 200 indicators, could give a clear information. So these are just some of the tables that will be published in this report. You see GDP and GDP per capita in the different countries. It is enough to see the difference between OECD countries, the rich countries. We have an average GDP per country of almost $50,000, and the poor countries like Burundi, less than $800 per year, or also, I don't know, Afghanistan, $2,000 per year, or also Malawi, $1,600 per year, in order to understand which is this gap between rich countries and poorish countries, the last 20. Or another example could be just the population, gender, and median age. You see, the median age and the population for females and males is in the world is 30 years, the median age. It means that half of the population is under 30 years. But in these countries, half of the population is under 15, 14, like in Central African Republic, or Mali, or Mozambique and Niger, or Burundi. Half of the population is under 16 years. So these are young countries it means that we can expect a lot of them if we offer opportunities, because they can become protagonists of the future development. And but we need to offer them a future, because if we have some indicator like life expectancy, you see in the rich countries or in the world is 71 years. In these countries is 18 years less. In Central African Republic, 53 years. In Guinea-Bissau, 59 years. In Mali, 58 years. In South Sudan, 55 years. It means we are stealing 16 years of life to these people. And this is a consequence of the world system in which we are inserted. Or if you consider neonatal, infant, and perinatal mortality, we see that we have very low rates for the world. 11 children die each 100,000 born. But in these countries, it is 4 times. South Sudan is 4 times this value. Or Central African Republic is 4 times. Or in Haiti is more than double. And also for infant mortality, and also for perinatal mortality, where it is very, very low at the level of world, 37, but is 3 times more in these countries. 100 in Central African Republic, 100 in Chad, and so on. This is what you are trying to show, that these population have to pay the consequences of this unequal development of the world. Also, maternal mortality is incredible. We have in OECD countries, 18 mothers who die for each 100,000 births, but in Chad, this value is 1,100. It means it is 63 times more. Or in other countries is Sierra Leone, South Sudan, more than 1,000. It means that we have an inequality, a very strong inequality. And we could continue, but this is the number of undernourished people in absolute value. 11 million of people in Afghanistan have no food, no enough food. 35 millions of people in Central Democratic Republic of Congo have no enough food. 10 millions of people in Mozambique have no enough food. We have 126 million people in these 20 countries who have not enough food. And this is a dramatic condition. But also, if you think to remittances, the remittances that the diaspora sent to these countries is a very strong part of the GDP. If you think to what is the relation between remittances and foreign direct investment, which could help to develop these people, we have that in Afghanistan, remittances are 11 times more abundant than foreign direct investments. Or in Haiti, remittances are 200 times more rich than foreign direct investment. It means that these people, these countries are poor, and international movement of capital doesn't do anything to help them. And the paradox is that we have a cost of remittances very high for these countries. If you think to what is the average cost of the amount sent in remittances, or as a percentage of the amount sent, we have that in some countries, the cost is 12% of the sum that the diaspora sent. 12% is very high, too high price for sending remittances when we saw remittances are the only or the main source of development. But also 9%, 70%, 7%, 8% are very high cost of remittances. So we have to find some solution to these problems, and the report will show all these. These are the our sources that we use for this report. And then there will be a part made by cured by Tonino on the country cases, on the reports that NGOs and the universities and other members of the diaspora sent us, in order we can say we can share this information with you, and we'll all with other people interested to these points. So I conclude my presentation, and I give the again the floor to Tonino. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I introduce Madame Lilia Ganem, qui parle from Beirut. S'il vous plaît, Lilia, tu es présent? Lilia, il n'y a pas maintenant.
Oui.
Hein? Bien. Alors, nous avons considéré les cas de Liban. Non, était un pays riche, mais maintenant, si tu prends en considération les peuples qui viennent de Syrie et de Palestine, tu as une situation de pauvreté terrible qui n'a pas possible de regarder sur international, les données internationales, parce que dans les données internationales, tu as seulement les gens qui vivent, qui sont résidents, qui sont citoyens libanaises. Les autres ne sont pas citoyennes. C'est pour ça que nous pensons d'introduire entre les last 20, les derniers pays du monde, pour les indicateurs qui a parlé en avant Hugo Melchionda. Nous pensons que c'est très intéressant comme un cas de pays qui passe de la richesse à la pauvreté in seulement 3-4 années. Alors, la parole à Lilia Ganem. Can you speak?
Oui, merci Hugo pour ce rapport intéressant qui sert beaucoup ici au Liban.
Il y a des problèmes de connexion.
Oui. Je vais commencer par rappeler, je veux parler de l'appauvrissement, la guerre et l'appauvrissement, et je veux parler du Liban, une trajectoire typique de retombées des institutions financières et aussi de pacte de la guerre. Je vais expliquer pourquoi ça a été
Lilia,
il y a des raisons pour ça. Oui.
La
donc,
connexion ne s'écoute pas bien. C'est pas une bonne connexion.
Je peux commencer à parler.
Bon.
Donc, rappeler que...
Excuse-moi, Lilia,
on ne parle pas de
pauvreté. Attendons quelques minutes parce que la connexion, c'est très bas, ne fonctionne pas.
Alors, vous ne demandez pas...
Un moment. Tu dois attendre qu'il y ait une bonne connexion. Et je donne la parole maintenant à Bruno Neri, responsible of NGO Terre des Hommes in Italy. Please.
Hello, good morning. I'm talking about last 20, especially the reporting from the meeting we had in Milano. Tonino Perna and Ugo explain very well what last 20 want to reach and the situation of the single country on 20 that we include in the last 20. I will show you some presentation. I don't know if you see now.
No, don't. Okay.
Are you see?
Yes, I see.
So, just shortly, the last 20 was born last year. With the we create a platform between Italian NGO, local migrant organization from the diaspora from other countries, climate organization, and other solidarity group. The country, as Ugo and Tonino explained, are this one, and also was very good to explain the data of the situation of this country that are impoverished by the situation of the globalization and the political that G20 and are doing. The objective of last 20 in general was to contribute in giving voice to civil society in the last 20, from the last 20, fighting impoverishment, corruption, conflict, climate change, poverty, social and gender inequality. In particular, we would like to establish a network to collect proposals, initiative, instance, and need from the representative of the civil society organization from the last 20. We would like to reduce the stereotypes that are affecting the image of this country, the image of the people coming from this country, or the people are living in very poor situation in this country. We would like to promote the social, economic, environmental situation, rebalancing the growing and the inequality. As we saw, we are trying to build a large network to disseminate policy, action, significant best practice and experience. We would like to establish authentic exchange of knowledge, experience between Italian, European, and last 20 associations. Build the last 20 outlook, as Ugo explained to us, on linked with the SDG and the UN Agenda 2030. So the last 20 platform highlight the intersection of the climate change. Especially in Milano, we focus a lot on climate change, but in the same time, we would like to make pressure on social justice, conflict, gender inequality, and human rights. For this reason, we believe that the response should prioritize the involvement of indigenous people and youth. In addition, the role of education is crucial for the development of this, the future of this country. Considering the platform, propose a series of strong recommendations and best practice to include on our plan, future plan. The recommendation was, each government shall commit to establish a national committee formed by national expert, activists, member organization, association, in charge of tackling the issue of climate change on national level. Government shall commit to include this national curriculum starting from primary school, a specific academic course on environmental education. The management of this course, as well as the drafting of this curriculum, should be assigned to the National Committee on Environmental Experts. The composition should be included term of age, gender, religion, and ethnic group. Each government shall stress the urgency of including the status of climate refugees in the 1951 Refugee Convention and 1977 Protocol in order to ensure migrants escaping the consequence of climate change the legal protection granted to other categories of refugees. Ensuring the rate-based approach on nature-based solution and conserving 30% of land, fresh water, and sea by 2030. Ensuring rate-based approach, guarantee human rights, gender equality, indigenous people, local community rights, intergenerational equity, and recognition of children, youth, and women, and ensuring their effective participation in decision-making process related to climate change. While the 2030 agenda shall remain the basic towards sustainable development, the target of sustainable development goals should be redefined according to the peculiarity of different geographical regions, committing adequate financial resources for all sources and their appropriate allocation for support, adaptation, and mitigation measures in the most affected area of the world, including Africa. These include greening the financial sector to support enabling conditions for resilience and transforming change. Directly tackling the driver of natural loss and climatic change, including unsustainable agriculture and food system, forestry, water, infrastructure, by securing a just and sustainable transition that dealt with the impact that all society produce and consume. The threats of our planet, or climate change, poverty, and war can all be overcome by national and the global community working in cooperation. However, this will not be possible if nations continue to maintain large and expensive military, threatening to destroy each other. We call on each government to disinvest in nuclear and military weapons as to increase investment in the UN Agenda 2030 SDG. The issue of climate change shall be considered as a priority by all countries, and therefore it should be jointly tackled. However, we must remember that the last 20 countries are highly affected by other urgent problems, such as armed conflict and widespread violence. We therefore call the international community to prioritize the protection of citizens on this country alongside the fight against climate change. So this was the result of the conference, of the last conference in Milano, and this was the document we sent to COP20 in Milano, and in the Glasgow conference that was held last year. So maybe the same will be done by other organizations in Jakarta or in other places to send a document to G20 to highlight the situation of the last 20 countries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruno Neri. Reached us, Professor Koglu. Thank you. Is present now? I donne la parola a Lilia Ganem, please. Lilia?
espérant que la connexion est bonne cette fois.
Oui.
Vous m'entendez mieux là? Est-ce
Oui,
que vous
on
m'entendez?
vous entend très bien. Oui, oui, oui.
Tonino aussi, tu m'entends?
Oui, more or less. Mais plus ou moins, il y a quelques interruptions.
Oui. Donc, je commence.
Commence.
Peut-être que c'est toi, ta connexion n'est pas terrible non plus, hein, Tonino, parce que moi, je n'entends pas très bien.
OK. Donc, oui. Alors.
Donc, je vais commencer par rappeler que donc, je dirige une revue d'écologie politique et on a déjà travaillé le thème de la pauvreté. Donc, on a conclu qu'il n'y a pas de pauvreté, il y a de l'appauvrissement. Et ça a été, cette idée-là a été lancée par le cofondateur de ma revue, Edward Goldsmith, et donc elle a été rappelée aussi par des gens comme Michael Hudson qui considéraient la pauvreté comme résultante de la route financière d'un servage. Donc, la guerre de classe contre les pauvres a été lancée depuis les années 70, a été menée avec une efficacité terrible au cours des 40 dernières années, aussi bien en Occident que dans les pays dits sous-développés. En Occident, elle a sapé les acquis sociaux arrachés durant 200 ans de lutte sociale, et dans les pays de la périphérie, elle a stoppé la croissance fragile, lutté après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale et avec la vague anticoloniale de libération nationale qui s'est exprimée à Bandung aussi, comme tout le monde le sait. Donc, cette guerre des riches contre les pauvres fut déclenchée par les États-Unis et par la stratégie élaborée par Lewis Powell sous Nixon en 1971. Ensuite, dans les accords de Bretton Woods de version 1973, qui a adopté le change flexible et fluctuant selon le marché. Le but étant bien sûr de renforcer les progrès de la démocratie sociale en ce qui concerne la réglementation environnementale plus stricte, le développement du droit du travail et l'équité de l'impôt. Pourquoi j'en parle dans l'introduction? Parce que ça a été aussi le retombé de toute cette politique. On l'a vécu dans le tiers-monde, en commençant par l'Égypte. Donc, dans le tiers-monde, 3 moyens vont déclencher le processus de l'appauvrissement. La restructuration de l'économie selon les recettes de Bretton Woods et l'endettement avec McNamara à la tête de la Banque mondiale. Ainsi fut déclenché le cycle de dette de pauvreté. Et un troisième élément, c'est les guerres. La guerre dans toutes ses formes, la guerre classique avec les armes et les guerres économiques, les sanctions et les blocus, et même les accords de paix, parce que tous les accords de paix signés et présidés par les États-Unis entre les Arabes et Israël avaient un volet de d'ouverture du marché comme exigence principale signée avec l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. Donc, pas de paix sans libéraliser l'économie et ouvrir les marchés. Donc, d'un point de vue purement économique, la guerre alimente la pauvreté en raison de la façon dont elle perturbe les moyens de subsistance et l'accès à des fonds. L'Institut for Economics and Peace constate que les 10 pays le dû en moyenne, car la Palestine, notamment Gaza, l'Éthiopie et l'Afghanistan, où la pression des conflits a fait de la vie quotidienne une lutte pour la survie. Et donc, ça donne un aperçu de retombées de la guerre sur ces sociétés. Donc, les guerres ne visent pas seulement à carrer les ressources, mais cherchent à briser les fondements d'une société en fragmentant les communautés, en détruisant les infrastructures, en minant l'économie et la prestation des services sociaux. De ce fait, elles conduisent à l'appauvrissement des populations. Une fois les bombes et les balles cessent, il faudrait des années pour se remettre des dégâts de la guerre. Au Yémen, les années de guerre civile et celles menées par l'Arabie saoudite ont engendré la pire crise humanitaire du monde. Plus de 21 millions de personnes dans le pays, dont 11 millions d'enfants, ont besoin d'une aide humanitaire urgente. Environ 16,2 millions de personnes luttent pour obtenir ne serait-ce que la quantité minimale de nourriture nécessaire à leur survie. 10 ans de guerre en Syrie ont fait plus de 350 000 morts et généré 6,6 millions de réfugiés et 6,4 millions de personnes déplacées à l'intérieur du pays. Pour des millions d'enfants, l'éducation scolaire est devenue impossible. La récente prise du contrôle de l'Afghanistan par talibans après 20 ans de conflits menés par les États-Unis a mis à mal l'économie du pays à un tel point que certaines personnes vendent leurs organes pour se procurer du pain. Quant au Liban, notre pays, c'est une trajectoire typique de retombée du dictat des institutions financières et des guerres. Le Liban, il a connu 6 guerres destructives, 6 guerres avec Israël. En 78, 82, 93, 94, 96 et en 2006. Et une guerre civile longue de 23 ans, de 75 à 89. Actuellement, le Liban continue à souffrir d'un nouvel type de guerre, aussi virulent que les guerres classiques, la guerre des sanctions économiques. Donc, ce beau pays du Sahel, le Liban, autrefois un pays où le développement humain et l'espérance de vie étaient élevés, qui a irradié l'alphabétisme depuis de lurette, dont les universités ont accueilli l'intelligentsia arabe, des cadres. Ce pays qui avait, selon une étude de l'UNESCO, le plus grand nombre de maisons d'édition par rapport au nombre d'habitants, ce pays qui pouvait se vanter d'accueillir 700 000 Palestiniens depuis l'occupation de la Palestine en 1948. Pardonnez-moi. Il a accueilli 1,7 million de Syriens sur une population de 4 millions. Ce pays a été plongé dans l'une des pires crises économiques et financières de l'histoire du monde.
Il ne s'écoute pas.
Depuis 2019, plus de 80% de la population libanaise est plongée dans la pauvreté. La moyenne, elle a perdu 95% de sa valeur et les prix ont augmenté de plus de 200% et les chiffres a évolué. Selon la Commission économique et sociale des Nations Unies pour l'Asie occidentale, dont le siège est à Beyrouth, le nombre total des Libanais pauvres est passé de 28% en 2019 à 55% en 2020, c'est-à-dire avant la catastrophe du port. Cette paupérisation s'est aggravée en 2021 avec la catastrophe port et la décision des autorités de supprimer les subventions aux importations. Sachant que parmi les 10% les plus pauvres de la population libanaise, plus de 63% ne bénéficient d'aucune protection sociale. Une raison majeure de cet appauvrissement est celle de la croissance au détriment du développement. Les politiques économiques ultralibérales appliquées depuis la fin de la guerre civile en 1990 sous les auspices des institutions financières qui gèrent l'économie du pays. Je veux parler du FMI, de la BM et du Club de Paris. Le secteur financier a été renforcé et il est devenu la principale locomotive d'une économie de rente. Le choix de la reconstruction à travers l'endettement a été désastreux. Il a permis au secteur bancaire d'imposer son diktat au pays. Cette bancocratie connectée aux institutions financières est au cœur de la crise libanaise et elle favorise la corruption. Mais la crise libanaise ne s'explique pas uniquement par les raisons structurelles. Il est indéniable que le Liban est au cœur de la bataille stratégique qui se déroule entre les États-Unis et l'Iran.
Lilia, il faut terminer, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, oui. Mais Erna Wati, il faut qu'elle cesse de perturber. Donc, les bailleurs de fonds internationaux conditionnent, c'est ce qui explique cet appauvrissement très rapide, c'est les sanctions économiques qui pèsent sur le pays parce que les bailleurs de fonds internationaux conditionnent leur aide au Liban à une disparition ou un affaiblissement de la résistance libanaise. Le Liban est ainsi devant deux alternatives. Il est mis devant deux alternatives, soit désarmer la résistance, soit plonger dans les ténèbres d'une faillite économique assortie d'une guerre civile. Je veux parler là que les forces libanaises fascistes, ils ont d'ores et déjà une milice de 30 000 hommes. Ils sont armés et financés par l'ambassade américaine et par l'Arabie saoudite qui leur livre tous les mois 55 millions de dollars. Donc l'Arabie saoudite, tous les mois, elle donne aux forces libanaises fascistes 5 millions de dollars. Donc il faut tenir ça en compte. Ceci constitue un dilemme pour un pays, au moins pour une bonne majorité des citoyens libanais qui ont connu 6 guerres israéliennes en 25 ans et regardent la résistance comme une résistance libératrice après 30 ans d'occupation. Donc, la population considère que l'existence de la résistance, elle a empêché des récidives meurtrières pendant maintenant 18 ans. Ça fait 18 ans qu'on vit en paix. Donc, je veux essayer de conclure pour dire que comment le Liban peut s'en sortir. À mon avis, il doit d'abord exiger la suspension Cette dernière devait s'accompagner de nos citoyens et d'en exiger l'annulation sans condition. Bien sûr, une des conditions aussi de s'en sortir, c'est de couper avec la bancocratie et l'économie de rente pour reconstruire une économie productive. Il faut dire qu'il y a beaucoup de velléités qui sont favorables. Encore, il commence à y avoir un retour à l'agriculture domestique. Pour s'en sortir, il y a aussi une économie qui s'est développée pendant cette crise, celle de transformation dans le domaine de l'industrie. Donc, il faut baser sur ces éléments positifs pour pouvoir s'en sortir. Je voudrais terminer en parlant de la situation des immigrés syriens et palestiniens. Donc, ça demande un travail à part que je peux vous fournir plus tard, mais sachant que la politique occidentale, surtout européenne, en ce qui concerne l'immigration syrienne, c'est de maintenir cette migration au Liban, parce que le stratagème, c'est de nuire au régime syrien. Donc, parce que ça peut renforcer la situation de la Syrie, parce que la majorité des immigrés au Liban sont des paysans. Donc, on les maintient avec des aides sur place pour deux raisons: pour ne pas retourner en Syrie d'une part et pour ne pas se déferler sur l'Occident d'autre part. Mais ça, c'est une raison qui aussi pèse très lourd dans un pays qui est en pleine crise. Voilà, je termine ici.
Merci beaucoup, Lilia. Thank you very much. Welcome, Professor Kolakoglu. If you want to speak something, Professor Kolakoglu? No.
It seems he left.
Left. Okay. Some people can speak because you have about 5 minutes to conclude this panel. Hugo, please. Other people? Some question from Ernavati, Sabana, Abdullah, Sandy? No. Francesco Petrone. I conclude. I think it's important and necessary to support the removal of borders between African states, as the African Union opts so far without success, to contribute in every way so that we go in the direction of a true African Union, standing from the countries of the Sahel, which are among the most fragile countries among the same last 20. The second issue we want to address is the impact of climate change on the last 20. Bruno speaks about this problem. We often completely ignore that it is happening in these countries. We want, among other things, to raise the question of the fires which are devastating Central Africa and which account for more than 50% of the surface are burned on the planet in the recent years. 50% of the surface of the planet burned in Central Africa, but not information we have in Europe of this fire. The fire, we speak the fire in Amazonia, the fire in Europe, but in Central Africa, we have 5%. Nobody has this information. Extreme events like fires, floods, typhoons hit the last 20 hard and often face them in perfect solitude. In the interest of all humanity, that we do not let the forest of these countries burn down, which do not have the technical means to overcome the great fires, just as in the interest of all humanity to find the means in agroecology to combat drought, one of the determining causes of the great immigration in our time. The third issue is the growing inequality and the role that international cooperation can play. In our opinion, the role of cooperation between local authorities, communities, university, NGOs, and other people is very important, as demonstrated at the work of the Community Solidarity Network. Nevertheless, scientific research and university cooperation can help to find a solution to basic needs using the appropriate experience and technologies and improving the level of higher education in these countries. Because the great problem is the low level of education. This is really the great problem. But the first question is the war, the conflict. The conflict, inter-ethnic conflict. You have the literature, the expert, the theory of economy about development and underdevelopment. From 50 years to debate about the theory of model of the development. But the first cause of poverty and underdevelopment is the war, the conflict. This is the question, very difficult, but is impossible to turn this question and to continue to imagine the investment, only the problem of the investment in these countries to exit in the underdevelopment situation. But I hope to continue this work for the measure, the master connection with these countries, the community, the diaspora community in Europe, and the connection with the NGOs we work in these countries. Bon. Some question? Hello? No. Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Please. Please,
I just want to thank you for the points you mark at the end. And you said that the main problem in the last developed countries is the war and the lack of stability. And to that, we are also facing the problem of climate change. they are countries which are not developed and which are not able to handle alone the consequences of climate change. And more than the instabilities and war, they have to face today the issue of climate change, and they will not be able to face the issue and solve it if there is not a cooperation which goes to protect those countries, which actually are countries who have ce sont des pays qui sont des poumons du monde, je veux dire, si je peux me permettre de dire-le en français, des poumons du monde. Par exemple, le Burundi fait partie de ces pays qui bénéficient de la plus grande ressource des eaux douces du monde. C'est un pays qu'il faut aider, du moins sur le plan du changement climatique et sur le plan de lutte pour les égalités, l'équité et le développement, parce que c'est un pays qui se trouve dans une région qui pourrait sauver le monde. C'est une région qu'il faut sauver au niveau climatique et au niveau du développement. Et du coup, il ne devrait pas être laissé seul. Il ne devrait pas être laissé seul et le monde doit tenir en considération ce facteur, le facteur d'une réserve naturelle et d'une réserve en eau douce que le monde a besoin. Ne fût-ce que cela pour aider le pays, que ce soit le Burundi, que ce soit les pays des pays moins développés, les derniers pays qui malheureusement se trouvent dans ce lieu géographique favorisé et qu'il faut préserver. C'est ça que je voulais ajouter pour conclure, pour donner un input de réflexion sur le plan de développement de ces pays en voie de développement et sur le plan de la coopération internationale dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques et la croissance des inégalités. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. I think it's finished. Je pense que terminé ici. Oui. Au revoir.
Bye. Ciao.
Bye bye. Ciao. Bye bye. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Not yet started.
Dear Professor Badal.
Yes, how are you?
Very well, very well.
At what time it will start?
In 45 they start. But to enter in the session breaks, I suggest you down you find session secondary section. Open, go in this indication and open it and find session number 5, bricks.
Okay.
Allora, go down and you see participant, chat, register, and there is a voice, secondary section.
Secondary section. I will have to check.
And you enter in the BRICS session because now you are in the general session.
I'm in general session. Okay.
Yes, not in the BRICS section.
Okay. This is a BRICS session now?
No, they start in 7 minutes.
7. But this is a BRICS session?
The BRICS session start in 45.
Ah, that's true. But I'm asking that this particular is a BRICS session?
Allora, if you enter, go down, you see many voice on the below.
Yes.
Participants.
Yes.
Chat, and so on. And there is a voice secondary session.
Voice secondary session? No, there is no one. Participant is there, chat is there, screen sharing is there, record is there, break rooms is there, reactions is there, but secondary session is not there.
Must be, you see, participant, chat, share the screen, register. Close to register, there is a voice, sessions.
Register. Share session, record, break rooms, reaction. There is no such word. Participation is there, participant is there.
Oh, no, is strange.
Yes, it is not there. Share screen is there, record is there, chat is there, stop video is there, break around rooms are there.
Room,
reaction.
Maybe room.
Bricks is there.
Yeah. Ecco, Professor Badal, now I see you in the main session.
Yes, yes.
The
I'm
plenary session.
But the name which are in BRICS section, I have not seen. Any name of?
Casino.
Where are the other participants? I have not seen any name. Did you see?
Paolo. I call Paolo.
Ho perso la mia sessione secondaria. Non la trovo più.
Perché ora c'è una sessione sui BRICS di nuovo.
Ma io adesso ho quella invece mia che devo parlare, ma stavo su quell'altra e l'ho persa. Porca miseria, dove andate a finire?
Ciao Ida, ciao.
Ciao Marco, anche io sono stata buttata fuori dalla mia sessione, stavo presentando e poi non so che succede. Eccola.
Scusate, dove la ritrovo la sessione? Che io prima ce l'avevo scritto qua. Eccola qua, l'ho trovata. Grazie, fatto.
Hello, Marco. हेलो वालेकुम सलाम। हाँ बोलो। हाँ बिल्कुल अल्लाह इंशाल्लाह तुम कामयाब हो, चलो इंशाल्लाह कामयाब, मेरी ख्वाहिश तुम्हारे साथ। कौन है? अच्छा मुझे भी नहीं, कुछ नहीं मालूम। वो तो आज वाइस चांसलर थे, वो तो चले अमेरिका सेटल हो गए रिटायरमेंट के बाद। हाँ हाँ चलो अल्लाह पे भरोसा रखो, इंशाल्लाह हो जाए। चलो चलिए कुल भाई, चलिए ठीक।